This is just a reminder to those who are just joining us that currently we are having and there are links in the chat for you to be able to join these different sessions. The main plenary session will be starting at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Health systems all over the world are currently responding to the COVID-19 outbreak. In the absence of licensed vaccines or therapeutics, infection prevention and control (IPC) is the mainstay preventive measure for healthcare workers and communities. The Ministry of Health of Uganda, in collaboration with the Infectious Disease Institute (IDI), have prepared this training material to provide an understanding of the principles of IPC during the processes of screening, triaging, and management of patients being investigated for COVID or with confirmed COVID-19 disease.
In this video, we are going to demonstrate how to set up a screening area for a health facility. For COVID-19 outbreak, triage is particularly important to separate patients likely to be infected with COVID-19. Effective screening can prevent transmission of COVID-19 to patients and healthcare workers. Screening means an area in which an individual is evaluated and screened using a standard case definition. Current case definitions always have to be provided by the Ministry of Health. If a case definition is met, the patient should immediately be given a mask and directed to a separate area, that is an isolation room. At least 2 meters distance should be kept between suspected patients and other patients. Have clear signs directing patients with respiratory symptoms to immediately report to the registration desk. All patients, visitors, and healthcare workers should be screened for COVID-19 at the first point of contact with the health system. Screening should be done using a case definition issued by the local authorities, that is the Ministry of Health. Individuals that do not meet the criteria for COVID-19 shall be sent into routine triage, where they can be assessed and given facility-based care as needed. Individuals that meet the screening criteria for COVID-19 should be isolated immediately using institutional patient isolation protocols for taking of diagnostic samples, initiation of supportive care, taking more history to establish a line list of people at risk. Infection control considerations for screening: do not make physical contact with the patient during the screening process. Keep spatial separation of more than 1 meter at all times. Wear appropriate PPE, that is to say medical masks. Gloves are not required for this task. Ensure you perform hand hygiene before and after taking off PPEs. Use infrared thermometers to screen individuals for fever. Rapidly identify individuals with respiratory symptoms, that is coughing, sneezing, difficulty in breathing, and separate them from the rest of the people waiting to be screened. Offer these people a medical mask.
responding to the COVID-19 outbreak. In the absence of licensed vaccines or therapeutics, infection prevention and control (IPC) is the mainstay preventive measure for healthcare workers and communities. The Ministry of Health of Uganda, in collaboration with the Infectious Disease Institute (IDI), have prepared this training material to provide an understanding of the principles of IPC during the processes of screening, triaging, and management of patients being investigated for COVID or with confirmed COVID-19 disease.
In this video, I'm going to take you through hand hygiene and the technique of hand washing and hand rubbing. Hand hygiene is the most important measure that you can do to protect yourself, your patients, and the community. Perform hand hygiene before and after contact with the patient, after contact with the patient's body fluids, before and after procedures, and after contact with the patient's environment. We should perform hand hygiene for at least 30 seconds by washing hands with soap and water or diluted chlorine solution, following this technique. Wet your hands with water. Apply enough soap to cover all your hands. Rub your hands palm to palm. Rub the back of your hands with fingers interlaced, left over the right and vice versa. Wash the palms of your fingers interlaced. Interlock your hands and wash the back of your fingers. Rub the left thumb clasped into the right palm and vice versa. With clasped fingers on the right hand, rub the fingers in a rotational movement and vice versa. Rub your wrists. Rinse your hands with water. Dry your hands with a single-use disposable towel or let the hands air dry. Use a towel to turn off the faucet of the tap or rinse the faucet and then turn it off. You are now safe to continue with your activities. I am now going to take you through the technique of hand rubbing. Rub your hands with alcohol-based hand rub containing a minimum of 70% alcohol, following this technique. Apply a palmful of alcohol-based hand rub in a cupped hand, covering all the surfaces. Rub hands palm to palm. Place your right hand over the left hand, interlace the fingers and rub the back of your fingers. Rub your palm to palm with fingers interlaced. Interlock your fingers and rub the back of your fingers. Perform a rotational rubbing of the left thumb clasped in the right palm and vice versa. Perform a rotational rubbing backwards and forwards with clasped fingers of the right hand in the left palm and vice versa. Once you finish, let your hands air dry and you will be safe to continue with your activities. Soap and water or chlorine is used when hands are visibly soiled, while alcohol-based hand rub can be used in all the other circumstances. Ensure that you have all the necessary supplies for hand hygiene before starting the procedure.
Health systems all over the world are currently responding to the COVID-19 outbreak. In the absence of licensed vaccines or therapeutics, infection prevention and control (IPC) is the mainstay preventive measure for healthcare workers and communities. The Ministry of Health of Uganda, in collaboration with the Infectious Disease Institute (IDI), have prepared this training material to provide an understanding of the principles of IPC during the processes of screening, triaging, and management of patients being investigated for COVID or with confirmed COVID-19 disease.
In this video, we are going to demonstrate respiratory hygiene and cough etiquette. Respiratory hygiene is critical in prevention of diseases spread through the respiratory system. Some diseases that are spread via this mechanism include tuberculosis, common cold, and COVID-19. Healthcare workers with a cough or flu should inform their supervisors and stay at home until they recover. Respiratory hygiene is a behavior that limits the spread of droplets and pathogens from the respiratory system when we sneeze, cough, or talk. Rapidly identify patients who are coughing or sneezing at the waiting area and separate them from the rest. If coughing patients have to wait in a shared area, place them at least 2 meters from other waiting patients and offer them a face mask. Patients should be discouraged from coughing into their hands, sneezing and coughing into the general environment. Individuals should cough or sneeze into a flexed elbow. If disposable tissues are available, cover mouth and nose completely with the tissue when coughing or sneezing and dispose in a waste bin. Remember to wash your hands thereafter.
Health systems all over the world are currently responding to the COVID-19 outbreak. In the absence of licensed vaccines or therapeutics, infection prevention and control (IPC) is the mainstay preventive measure for healthcare workers and communities. The Ministry of Health of Uganda, in collaboration with the Infectious Disease Institute (IDI), have prepared this training material to provide an understanding of the principles of IPC during the processes of screening, triaging, and management of patients being investigated for COVID or with confirmed COVID-19 disease. In this video, we are going to demonstrate the use of personal protective equipment. Personal protective equipment, or PPE, are specialized materials that are worn in a healthcare setting to create a barrier between infectious agents like body fluids and portals of entry such as eyes and nose. In a COVID-19 context, rational use of PPE can be classified in 4 levels. Level 1, or no PPE, consists of your home clothes or scrubs and closed shoes. This level of protection should be assumed where there is no anticipated contact with patients suspected of COVID-19 or patients with confirmed COVID-19 disease. Level 2 PPE is the addition of a medical mask on Level 1 PPE. This stance should be assumed where there is interaction with no physical contact with patients. Healthcare workers that assume this PPE stance are advised to avoid making physical contact with patients or patients' belongings. This level of PPE is ideal for screening at points of entry. Level 3 PPE consists of a medical mask, facial protection, which could be goggles or a face shield, a gown, and 2 pairs of gloves. This stance of PPE should be assumed when there is anticipated physical contact with patients under investigation for COVID-19 or patients with confirmed COVID-19 disease where there is no aerosol generating procedures on the continuum of care. Such procedures include transportation of suspected or confirmed patients in the hospital campus, collection of samples for diagnostics, manipulation of samples in the lab, or delivering food for patients. It's important to note that when this level of PPE is to be assumed in a designated COVID-19 isolation area, gumboots should be used or shoe covers. Level 4 PPE consists of an N95 respirator, eye protection, gown, 2 pairs of gloves, and gumboots or shoe covers. This is the highest level of PPE and should be assumed where aerosol generating procedures are part of the continuum of care. Aerosol generating procedures include tracheal intubation, suction of the airway, passage of an esogastric tube, among others. Before beginning the donning process, ensure you have eaten, you have used the bathroom, and you have switched from your home shoes into gumboots. Collect all the necessary equipment in appropriate sizes to prepare for the donning process. If you have a large hairdo, it's advisable to put on a hairnet at this point. Remove and put away all personal belongings such as earpins, rings, and mobile phones. Perform hand hygiene with alcohol-based hand rub. Don the first pair of gloves. Nitrile or latex gloves of a different color are preferred for this stage. Put on the gown. And where possible, secure the sleeve of the gown with your thumb to avoid the gown slipping back and exposing your skin. Put on a medical mask or N95 respirator and ensure it is well fitted. Put on goggles or a face shield. Put on the outer pair of gloves. Gloves with a long cuff are preferred and the cuff should go over the gown sleeves. Make sure you are checked by a colleague before you enter the high-risk zone to perform the assigned tasks. Doffing of personal protective equipment. The first step is performing hand hygiene. Remove the gown together with the outer pair of gloves and discard them in the waste bin. Perform hand hygiene. Remove goggles or the face shield and put it in the reusable PPE receptacle. Perform hand hygiene. Remove the face mask or N95 respirator and discard it in the waste bin. Perform hand hygiene. Remove the second pair of gloves using the clean to clean and dirty to dirty technique and discard it in the waste bin. Step into the foot bath for 20 to 40 seconds to decontaminate the gumboots. Once safely out of the high-risk zone, perform hand hygiene with soap and water or chlorine 0.05%. It's advisable that if you use chlorine solution to wash your hands, wash them again with soap and water to avoid the hands cracking. Application of lotion once you're done hand washing is also helpful. Health systems all over the world are currently responding to the COVID-19 outbreak. In the absence of licensed vaccines or therapeutics, infection prevention and control (IPC) is the mainstay preventive measure for healthcare workers and communities. The Ministry of Health of Uganda, in collaboration with the Infectious Disease Institute (IDI), have prepared this training material to provide an understanding of the principles of IPC during the processes of screening, triaging, and management of patients being investigated for COVID or with confirmed COVID-19 disease.
In this video, we'll demonstrate the dilution of chlorine in line with cleaning and disinfection within the healthcare setting. Cleaning is used to remove soil and organic matter to render an item aesthetically acceptable, while disinfection is the removal of all pathogens by soaking the equipment in chlorine solution for the required contact time. There are two forms of chlorine. We have the powder and the solution, for example jik and others. Chlorine can be diluted to 0.5% for disinfection of surfaces, environment and linen, while 0.05 is for washing non-gloved hands. Chlorine solution comes with different strength ranging from 3.8 to 6%. To prepare 0.5% chlorine using 6% solution, we divide the available concentration or the original concentration, which is 6%, by the desired concentration, which is 0.5%, and we subtract 1. The answer will be 11. The interpretation is that in 11 parts of water, we add 1 part of jik. And there we have 0.5% chlorine solution. To prepare 0.05% from 6% chlorine solution, we use the same calculation and we divide 6% by 0.05. Our answer will be 119, implying that in 119 parts of water, we add 1 part of jig. Be sure to use the same size of the instruments or cups, jugs, or measuring cylinder. It is advised that you should always check on what strength you have before you begin the mixing process. It is also important to prepare all the equipment needed before mixing the solutions. The supplies needed include an apron, a mask, goggles, heavy-duty gloves, gumboots, a jerrycan of 20 liters of water, a star, labels, and a marker. The 3-bucket system is used to decontaminate medical instruments that are from use in the patient area, whether they are soiled or not, to remove organic matter. The 3 buckets are used for 3 different reasons. In the first bucket, we have soap and water in which the medical instruments are soaked and washed to remove visible organic matter. In the second bucket, we have 0.5% chlorine in which the instruments are soaked for 10 minutes. In the third bucket, we have clean water in which the instruments are rinsed before they are thoroughly dried and taken for sterilization.
Health systems all over the world are currently responding to the COVID-19 outbreak. In the absence of licensed vaccines or therapeutics, infection prevention and control (IPC) is the mainstay preventive measure for healthcare workers and communities. The Ministry of Health of Uganda, in collaboration with the Infectious Disease Institute (IDI), have prepared this training material to provide an understanding of the principles of IPC during the processes of screening, triaging, and management of patients being investigated for COVID or with confirmed COVID-19 disease.
In this video, we are going to demonstrate how to set up a screening area for a health facility. For COVID-19 outbreak, triage is particularly important to separate patients likely to be infected with COVID-19. Effective screening can prevent transmission of COVID-19 to patients and healthcare workers. Screening means an area in which an individual is evaluated and screened using a standard case definition. Current case definitions always have to be provided by the Ministry of Health. If a case definition is met, the patient should immediately be given a mask and directed to a separate area, that is an isolation room. At least 2 meters distance should be kept between suspected patients and other patients. Have clear signs directing patients with respiratory symptoms to immediately report to the registration desk. All patients, visitors, and healthcare workers should be screened for COVID-19 at the first point of contact with the health system. Screening should be done using a case definition issued by the local authorities, that is the Ministry of Health. Individuals that do not meet the criteria for COVID-19 shall be sent into routine triage where they can be assessed and given facility-based care as needed. Individuals that meet the screening criteria for COVID-19 should be isolated immediately using institutional patient isolation protocols for taking of diagnostic samples, initiation of supportive care, partial separation of more than 1 meter at all times. Wear appropriate PPE, that is to say medical masks. Gloves are not required for this task. Ensure you
Virtual reality is a computing technology, and all it is about really is that you're using computers or computational capabilities to simulate a reality. And that is why it's called a virtual reality, because it's just being simulated. And the idea around that is that once a reality is simulated, it means that you don't need to buy a lot of physical things you would have needed to actually carry it out, because you're just creating an e-version of that reality. And you're using virtual reality competencies to do that. But to do that, you need the right platforms, you need the right technology, you need the right skills. And that is what this project was about.
So we learned that, and as we speak, we have quite a number of collaborations, mainly with the National Institutes of Health. The National Institutes of Health is 3D exchange lab. So as IDI, the next steps, or what we are going to be doing, is that we believe in capacity building, and training is one of our core activities. So we are going to be implementing virtual reality trainings at this center, and as of now, we are actually trying to create the courses and the content to create the next generation of the experts into this field.
The content that we developed has an inbuilt assessment component. So, as the student is learning using the virtual reality developed content, they go on being assessed in terms of whether they are doing the right thing or not. And the system is in such a way that you cannot move to the next step until you have mastered a particular step.
So we are using the latest Oculus Quest that has hand tracking. So it tracks your hand, and what she's doing right now, she's trying to project what she's seeing for us on this big screen, such that we are able to have a look at what is happening in the environment.
We had the technology configured in a way that it needed to be proficient. We had programmed artifacts. We developed a hybrid environment, a hybrid platform that involved what they call 360-degree videos being merged with virtual reality and being merged with static images. So that hybrid platform was something that we generated and used it here. And then we had to optimize it for sound, optimize it for video, and all these were parts of the development process. And so we're able to then generate these interactive, immersive artifacts that were then used to apply in a medical context.
Virtual reality really can help you to be able to reach out to so many learners and at a minimum, at a reduced cost, because as you have seen so far, we didn't need to buy, gloves, hand washing facilities, the personal protective equipment, which are very expensive. But we're able to teach our learners using virtual reality content. We believe that by the time we move them from the virtual reality learning environment to go to the real patient environment, it won't take us too much of our effort to get them to adapt to be able to do the right thing.
Health systems all over the world are currently responding to the COVID-19 outbreak. In the absence of licensed vaccines or therapeutics, infection prevention and control, IPC, is the mainstay preventive measure for healthcare workers and communities. The Ministry of Health of Uganda, in collaboration with the Infectious Disease Institute, IDI, have prepared this training material to provide an understanding of the principles of IPC during the processes of screening, triaging, and management of patients being investigated for COVID or with confirmed COVID-19 disease.
In this video, we're going to demonstrate how to set up a screening area for a health facility. For COVID-19 outbreak, triage is particularly important to separate patients likely to be infected with COVID-19. Effective screening can prevent transmission of COVID-19 to patients and healthcare workers. Screening means an area in which an individual is evaluated and screened using a standard case definition. Current case definitions always have to be provided by the Ministry of Health. If a case definition is met, the patient should immediately be given a mask and directed to a separate area, that is an isolation room. At least 2 meters distance should be kept between suspected patients and other patients. Have clear signs directing patients with respiratory symptoms to immediately report to the registration desk. All patients, visitors, and healthcare workers should be screened for COVID-19 at the first point of contact with the health system. Screening should be done using a case definition issued by the local authorities, that is the Ministry of Health. Individuals that do not meet the criteria for COVID-19 shall be sent into routine triage, where they can be assessed and given facility-based care as needed. Individuals that meet the screening criteria for COVID-19 should be isolated immediately using institutional patient isolation protocols for taking of diagnostic samples, initiation of supportive care, taking more history to establish a line list of people at risk. Infection control considerations for screening: do not make physical contact with the patient during the screening process. Keep spatial separation of more than 1 meter at all times. Wear appropriate PPE, that is to say medical masks. Gloves are not required for this task. Ensure you perform hand hygiene before and after taking off PPEs. Use infrared thermometers to screen individuals for fever. Rapidly identify individuals with respiratory symptoms, that is coughing, sneezing, difficulty in breathing, and separate them from the rest of the people waiting to be screened. Offer these people a medical mask. Screening staff should stay out of the screening area if they've developed symptoms and should be evaluated as well.
Health systems all over the world are currently responding to the COVID-19 outbreak. In the absence of licensed vaccines or therapeutics, infection prevention and control (IPC) is the mainstay preventive measure for healthcare workers and communities. The Ministry of Health of Uganda, in collaboration with the Infectious Disease Institute (IDI), have prepared this training material to provide an understanding of the principles of IPC during the processes of screening, triaging, and management of patients being investigated for COVID or with confirmed COVID-19 disease.
In this video, I'm going to take you through hand hygiene and the technique of hand washing and hand rubbing. Hand hygiene is the most important measure that you can do to protect yourself, your patients, and the community. Perform hand hygiene before and after contact with the patient, after contact with the patient's body fluids, before and after procedures, and after contact with the patient's environment. We should perform hand hygiene for at least 30 seconds by washing hands with soap and water or diluted chlorine solution, following this technique. Wet your hands with water. Apply enough soap to cover all your hands. Rub your hands palm to palm. Rub the back of your hands with fingers interlaced, left over the right and vice versa. Wash the palms of your fingers interlaced. Interlock your hands and wash the back of your fingers. Rub the left thumb clasped into the right palm and vice versa. With clasped fingers on the right hand, rub the fingers in a rotational movement and vice versa. Rub your wrists. Rinse your hands with water. Dry your hands with a single-use disposable towel or let the hands air dry. Use a towel to turn off the faucet of the tap or rinse the faucet and then turn it off. You are now safe to continue with your activities. I am now going to take you through the technique of hand rubbing. Rub your hands with alcohol-based hand rub containing a minimum of 70% alcohol, following this technique. Apply a palmful of alcohol-based hand rub in a cupped hand, covering all the surfaces. Rub hands palm to palm. Place your right hand over the left hand, interlace the fingers and rub the back of your fingers. Rub your palm to palm with fingers interlaced. Interlock your fingers and rub the back of your fingers. Perform a rotational rubbing of the left thumb clasped in the right palm and vice versa. Perform a rotational rubbing backwards and forwards with clasped fingers of the right hand in the left palm and vice versa. Once you finish, let your hands air dry and you will be safe to continue with your activities. Soap and water or chlorine is used when hands are visibly soiled, while alcohol-based hand rub can be used in all the other circumstances. Ensure that you have all the necessary supplies for hand hygiene before starting the procedure.
Health systems all over the world are currently responding to the COVID-19 outbreak. In the absence of licensed vaccines or therapeutics, infection prevention and control (IPC) is the mainstay preventive measure for healthcare workers and communities. The Ministry of Health of Uganda, in collaboration with the Infectious Disease Institute (IDI), have prepared this training material to provide an understanding of the principles of IPC during the processes of screening, triaging, and management of patients being investigated for COVID or with confirmed COVID-19 disease.
In this video, we are going to demonstrate respiratory hygiene and cough etiquette. Respiratory hygiene is critical in prevention of diseases spread through the respiratory system. Some diseases that are spread via this mechanism include tuberculosis, common cold, and COVID-19. Healthcare workers with a cough or flu should inform their supervisors and stay at home until they recover. Respiratory hygiene is a behavior that limits the spread of droplets and pathogens from the respiratory system when we sneeze, cough, or talk. Rapidly identify patients who are coughing or sneezing at the waiting area and separate them from the rest. If coughing patients have to wait in a shared area, place them at least 2 meters from other waiting patients and offer them a face mask. Patients should be discouraged from coughing into their hands, sneezing and coughing into the general environment. Individuals should cough or sneeze into a flexed elbow. If disposable tissues are available, cover mouth and nose completely with the tissue when coughing or sneezing and dispose in a waste bin. Remember to wash your hands thereafter.
Health systems all over the world are currently responding to the COVID-19 outbreak. In the absence of licensed vaccines or therapeutics, infection prevention and control (IPC) is the mainstay preventive measure for healthcare workers and communities. The Ministry of Health of Uganda, in collaboration with the Infectious Disease Institute (IDI), have prepared this training material to provide an understanding of the principles of IPC during the processes of screening, triaging, and management of patients being investigated for COVID or with confirmed COVID-19 disease. In this video, we are going to demonstrate the use of personal protective equipment. Personal protective equipment, or PPE, are specialized materials that are worn in a healthcare setting to create a barrier between infectious agents like body fluids and portals of entry such as eyes and nose. In a COVID-19 context, rational use of PPE can be classified in 4 levels. Level 1, or no PPE, consists of your home clothes or scrubs and closed shoes. This level of protection should be assumed where there is no anticipated contact with patients suspected of COVID-19 or patients with confirmed COVID-19 disease. Level 2 PPE is the addition of a medical mask on Level 1 PPE. This stance should be assumed where there is interaction with no physical contact with patients. Healthcare workers that assume this PPE stance are advised to avoid making physical contact with patients or patients' belongings. This level of PPE is ideal for screening at points of entry. Level 3 PPE consists of a medical mask, facial protection, which could be goggles or a face shield, a gown, and 2 pairs of gloves. This stance of PPE should be assumed when there is anticipated physical contact with patients under investigation for COVID-19 or patients with confirmed COVID-19 disease where there is no aerosol generating procedures on the continuum of care. Such procedures include transportation of suspected or confirmed patients in the hospital campus, collection of samples for diagnostics, manipulation of samples in the lab, or delivering food for patients. It's important to note that when this level of PPE is to be assumed in a designated COVID-19 isolation area, gumboots should be used or shoe covers. Level 4 PPE consists of an N95 respirator, eye protection, gown, 2 pairs of gloves, and gumboots or shoe covers. This is the highest level of PPE and should be assumed where aerosol generating procedures are part of the continuum of care. Aerosol generating procedures include tracheal intubation, suction of the airway, passage of an nasogastric tube, among others. Before beginning the donning process, ensure you have eaten, you have used the bathroom, and you have switched from your home shoes into gumboots. Collect all the necessary equipment in appropriate sizes to prepare for the donning process. If you have a large hairdo, it's advisable to put on a hairnet at this point. Remove and put away all personal belongings such as earpins, rings, and mobile phones. Perform hand hygiene with alcohol-based hand rub. Don the first pair of gloves. Nitrile or latex gloves of a different color are preferred for this stage. Put on the gown. And where possible, secure the sleeve of the gown with your thumb to avoid the gown slipping back and exposing your skin. Put on a medical mask or N95 respirator and ensure it is well fitted. Put on goggles or a face shield. Put on the outer pair of gloves. Gloves with a long cuff are preferred and the cuff should go over the gown sleeves. Make sure you are checked by a colleague before you enter the high-risk zone to perform the assigned tasks. Doffing of personal protective equipment. The first step is performing hand hygiene. Remove the gown together with the outer pair of gloves and discard them in the waste bin. Perform hand hygiene. Remove goggles or the face shield and put it in the reusable PPE receptacle. Perform hand hygiene. Remove the face mask or N95 respirator and discard it in the waste bin. Perform hand hygiene. Remove the second pair of gloves using the clean to clean and dirty to dirty technique and discard it in the waste bin. Step into the foot bath for 20 to 40 seconds to decontaminate the gumboots. Once safely out of the high-risk zone, perform hand hygiene with soap and water or chlorine 0.05%. It's advisable that if you use chlorine solution to wash your hands, wash them again with soap and water to avoid the hands cracking. Application of lotion once you're done hand washing is also helpful. Health systems all over the world are currently responding to the COVID-19 outbreak. In the absence of licensed vaccines or therapeutics, infection prevention and control, IPC, is the mainstay preventive measure for healthcare workers and communities. The Ministry of Health of Uganda, in collaboration with the Infectious Disease Institute, IDI, have prepared this training material to provide an understanding of the principles of IPC during the processes of screening, triaging, and management of patients being investigated for COVID or with confirmed COVID-19 disease.
In this video, we'll demonstrate the dilution of chlorine in line with cleaning and disinfection within the healthcare setting. Cleaning is used to remove soil and organic matter to render an item aesthetically acceptable, while disinfection is the removal of all pathogens by soaking the equipment in chlorine solution for the required contact time. There are two forms of chlorine. We have the powder and the solution, for example jik and others. Chlorine can be diluted to 0.5% for disinfection of surfaces, environment and linen, while 0.05 is for washing non-gloved hands. Chlorine solution comes with different strength ranging from 3.8 to 6%. To prepare 0.5% chlorine using 6% solution, we divide the available concentration or the original concentration, which is 6%, by the desired concentration, which is 0.5%, and we subtract 1. The answer will be 11. The interpretation is that in 11 parts of water, we add 1 part of jik. And there we have 0.5% chlorine solution. To prepare 0.05% from 6% chlorine solution, we use the same calculation and we divide 6% by 0.05. Our answer will be 119, implying that in 119 parts of water, we add 1 part of jik. Be sure to use the same size of the instruments or cups, jugs, or measuring cylinder. It is advised that you should always check on what strength you have before you begin the mixing process. It is also important to prepare all the equipment needed before mixing the solutions. The supplies needed include an apron, a mask, goggles, heavy-duty gloves, gumboots, a jerrycan of 20 liters of water, a star, labels, and a marker. The 3-bucket system is used to decontaminate medical instruments that are from use in the patient area, whether they are soiled or not, to remove organic matter. The 3 buckets are used for 3 different reasons. In the first bucket, we have soap and water in which the medical instruments are soaked and washed to remove visible organic matter. In the second bucket, we have 0.5% chlorine in which the instruments are soaked for 10 minutes. In the third bucket, we have clean water in which the instruments are rinsed before they are thoroughly dried and taken for sterilization.
So virtual reality is a computing technology, and all it is about really is that you're using computers or computational capabilities to simulate a reality. And that is why it's called a virtual reality, because it's just being simulated. And the idea around that is that once a reality is simulated, it means that you don't need to buy a lot of physical things you would have needed to actually carry it out, because you're just creating an e-version of that reality. And you're using virtual reality competencies to do that. But to do that, you need the right platforms, you need the right technology, you need the right skills. And that is what this project was about.
So we learned that, and as we speak, we have quite a number of collaborations, mainly with the National Institutes of Health. The National Institutes of Health is 3D exchange lab. So as IDI, the next steps, or what we are going to be doing, is that we believe in capacity building, and training is one of our core activities. So we are going to be implementing virtual reality trainings at this center, and as of now, we are actually trying to create the courses and the content to create the next generation of the experts into this field.
The content that we developed has an inbuilt assessment component. So, as a student is learning using the virtual reality developed content, they go on being assessed in terms of whether they are doing the right thing or not. And the system is in such a way that you cannot move to the next step until you have mastered a particular step.
So we are using the latest Oculus Quest that has hand tracking. So it tracks your hand, and what she's doing right now, she's trying to project what she's seeing for us on this big screen, such that we are able to have a look at what is happening in the environment.
We had the technology configured in a way that it needed to be proficient. We had programmed artifacts. We developed a hybrid environment, a hybrid platform that involved what they call 360-degree videos being merged with virtual reality and being merged with static images. So that hybrid platform was something that we generated and used it here. And then we had to optimize it for sound, optimize it for video, and all these were parts of the development process. And so we're able to then generate these interactive, immersive artifacts that were then used to apply in a medical context.
Virtual reality really can help you to be able to reach out to so many learners, and at a minimum, at a reduced cost, because as you have seen so far, we didn't need to buy, gloves, hand washing facilities, the personal protective equipment, which are very expensive. But we're able to teach our learners using virtual reality content. We believe that by the time we move them from the virtual reality learning environment to go to the real patient environment, it won't take us too much of our effort to get them to adapt to be able to do the right thing.
So we're going to go into a break for about 30 minutes and we shall resume the plenary session at 3 p.m. exactly. Thank you. Welcome back from that break. We will be starting at exactly 3 p.m. Our plenary sessions. We are going to have 5 plenary sessions this afternoon, each chaired by a different person. The sub-theme of our first plenary session will be emerging technologies for infectious diseases, prevention, control, and management. Our second session will have a sub-theme, big data as a game changer for global health. Our third session will have a sub-theme, mitigating COVID-19 and its impacts, engaging communities to make good choices. Our fourth session will be themed ongoing challenges in HIV malignancies. And our last session will be themed accelerating and sustaining progress against the HIV epidemic in Uganda, an implementation science approach. So we shall be having these 5 sessions this afternoon separately. And as mentioned earlier, our first session will start at exactly 3 p.m. It will be chaired by Dr. Agnes N. Bwanika. Dr. Agnes is a doctoral fellow in the Department of Medicine at the College of Health Sciences in Makerere University. She has formal training in clinical trials and internal medicine with a focus in HIV research and clinical trials. We shall be having 4 presentations under this session. You are reminded, if you have any questions or any comments, to make use of the chat or the question and answer tab. Your questions can be posted there and they shall be dealt with. Thank you.
afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. In our afternoon session today, we are going to look at emerging technologies for infectious diseases prevention, control, and management, how feasible and applicable in the pandemic, especially in this era of social distancing. We shall have 4 presenters, if time allows, and we have 5 minutes for each presenter. And to the presenters, we request you to turn on your videos when you're presenting. Our presenter is none other than Dr. Rosalind Pax-Ratanshi. Dr. Rosalind is Director, Academy for Health Innovation, Uganda at IDI. She's a medical doctor with an interest in innovations, research, and development. Is a PI on medical drones project, and also Principal Research Associate in Clinical School, Cambridge University. You're welcome, Dr. Rosalind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agnes, and thanks to the organizers for having me for a second presentation. I'm very honored. So if I can just share my screen. So I'm here today to talk about our medical drones project. We started this as a project named Overcoming Geography with Technology, hoping to put lots of different technologies into geographical settings to support healthcare efficiencies. And the first bit of this is to use medical drones to deliver antiretrovirals and for medical samples. So this is a research project, and what we're really trying to look at is the feasibility and acceptability of medical drones for ART delivery and samples. We intend to deliver to the patients directly through peer support workers, which, unlike other projects around the world which fly between health facilities, this is the first one that we're aware of to directly fly to beneficiaries. So why would we want to use drones? Well, really, they're just transport. So the reason for using them is if they can be cheaper or faster or safer than other forms of transport. We know that different parts of Uganda have challenges, which means that transport is expensive and difficult with long distances, boats in the lake and crossing the Nile. We also have some products that are very expensive or have short shelf lives, which need to be delivered and get to the place that they're needed with very short notice. And of course, we have some populations that are very mobile and need flexibility, such as fishing populations, mobile men with money, and refugee or displaced populations. So we've chosen Kalangala and Moyo Adjumani districts for the projects. And as these pictures show, these are pictures from these districts which illustrate the challenges that happen in supply chain in these areas. So there are either large bodies of water where medication supplies need to be delivered by boat, or islands where there are even no vehicles apart from bicycles, difficult roads and ferry crossings that make things a challenge. So the first step of doing a drone project is building a partnership. These are complicated projects. And so this is a schema to show what we think the essential parts of a partnership are. Obviously, there's coordination and stakeholder engagement to make sure that a site is ready for drones and to make sure that the resources are available. Governance and approvals are very challenging. And for this, in our case, we have a high-level steering committee with members from Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Health, Civil Aviation Authority, Central Military Intelligence, Ministry of SDI, ICT. Overall, 9 government agencies and ministries are involved in this. We have an engineering team which helps with the choice of drone, modifications that are required because all the drones we need to be modified, and helping us to get the drones to the site and planning the flight routes. Then, of course, we need human resources to be able to fly the drones, and they need training, as well as training the peer support workers who are going to receive the supplies, or healthcare workers that may be receiving samples. And as you all know, underpinning all of this is the research oversight, which has its own level of approvals and data collection requirements. So this is just a snapshot of where we are with the drones project. In West Nile, we're funded by UNCDF, and in Kalangala, we're funded by Janssen Global Public Health. And this gives an idea of the partners that we're working with and how we've set up our teams. In Kalangala, we will be delivering from Bufamera Health Center 3, which is a small island off the main Kalangala Island, to landing sites in surrounding islands that are normally served by boats. And we will be delivering to peer support groups for ART groups under a differentiated service delivery model on these islands. The right-hand side, you see the drone that we're using, which has a specially modified cargo box on the top that contains our drones. Our drugs. This drone doesn't do very long distances, but is very stable in weather situations such as wind and rain, which is important in Kalangala. In West Nile, we are delivering COVID samples from Moyo Hospital, which is a treatment center, to Adjumani, which is the nearest COVID testing lab. And for this, we are testing two different drones. The top one is a fixed wing drone that goes longer distances, but with a lesser payload. And we're also using a similar drone to the one in Kalangala, which goes shorter distances, but can carry more weight. Problems with drone projects are that the cargo technology is advancing rapidly, but as an industry, it's not well developed. We've had to import everything that we need, and we've had to modify it specifically for our use cases. Communication systems are a challenge for long range distances. Often they rely on mobile phone signals, which in some of these areas can be limited. And batteries are a very big problem for us. These are lithium ion batteries, which are not stable on airplanes. So they often have to travel, through freight, boat, and by land to get to us. Community sensitization has been one of the most important parts of this project. And the team in Kalangala and West Nile has done an amazing job sensitizing the community so that they are ready and aware of the drones and excited about the project. This is a research project, and this is the research schema. We will be doing both qualitative and quantitative data collection to understand both the patient impact, the health facility impact, and the supply chain impact of the project. And we are doing a sub-study on transport with validating samples that I'll just talk about in a second. So in Kalangala, we've done a sub-study on gonorrhea. We have moved samples of people who have a penile discharge under a John Hopkins project. And what we're seeing is 100% concordance between the samples that have been taken on the boat and also flown in the drone. This is both for gonorrhea microscopy and also for culture. So these gonorrhea samples are viable after they have flown in the drone. In this one, we put them onto the drone and boat in a random order. It doesn't seem to make a difference which way round the samples are taken. And we will be sending them for nucleic acid testing to check that the nucleic acid results are the same. In West Nile, we have done this work with COVID samples. So we have flown them by drone and also taken them by car and on the ferry across the Nile. Now, if we assume that all the positive samples are accurate, because in COVID, that would be a fair assumption, then the sensitivity of the drone samples is 90% and the specificity 100%. As you can see on the left-hand side, the drone delivery has more positive samples than the ones taken by car and ferry. Now, this may well be because the car and ferry takes longer. The drone flight is about 20 minutes and the car and ferry can take up to 4 hours. But it may be also because in this project, one of the limitations was that all of the drone samples were taken first from the patient. And the difference may likely to be due to sample transport, when the sample was collected rather than the transport. But the reassuring thing is that the drone results are very good for this one, meaning that the drone doesn't deteriorate the samples. So I'd just like to show a short video of the drones in action on Kalangala, which gives you an idea of how the project works. If I can just start the video. I hope you can see it. Please let me know if you can't. Oh.
Dr. Rosalind, the sound is not there.
The sound is just music, Agnes, so I think it's okay. I think it won't project, but the sound is just music. This is Dr. Jude, who works in Bufamira Health Centre, who's been very instrumental in the project, loading the medication onto the drone at Bufamira. And this is one of our peer support workers who's been trained to approach the drone carefully and to remove the medication. So this is one of our earlier test flights that was using the fixed wing drone. But now in Kalangala, we're using the multi-rotor that contains more antiretrovirals and can carry 8 doses of 3 months supply for those people who were on 3-month refills. So the last thing is just to thank our partners. As I said before, this project wouldn't be possible without the many people that work with us. And here's a snapshot of who we're working with. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosalind. And our next presentation is on the TB treatment adherence technologies. We have 2 presenters. We have Hope McLean. Hope McLean is a research coordinator, a medical doctor at Infectious Diseases Institute. At the Academy, she leads research and implementation projects that use technology to improve treatment outcomes among patients on tuberculosis and sexually transmitted disease treatment. The next presenter is, after Hope, is Dr. Clara Wekesa. Dr. Clara is a PhD fellow and a study coordinator at the IDI. Currently, she's coordinating clinical studies focused on the use of adherence technology in providing differentiated care for patients with drug-resistant tuberculosis in urban and rural Uganda. Dr. Hope, you're welcome.
Dr. Clara here. We are presenting on TB adherence technologies. As we all know, TB is of public health concern because it is the #1 infectious cause of mortality globally. And when brought in context here, Uganda ranks among the top 22 high burden TB countries. Treatment is one of those key end TB strategies in use. But for this to be successful, there needs to be adherence. And so the WHO has recommended DOTS, is directly observed therapy, to ensure adherence to TB therapy for favorable treatment outcomes. However, this has limitations in that it is expensive to implement, and often it's poorly implemented in our setting for that reason. And it limits autonomy of patients and is burdensome to the healthcare system. And so more and more there's discussion about differentiated care for a number of chronic illnesses, including TB itself, where we can identify patients who are clinically stable without a complicated disease and try and deploy some kind of digital technologies for which we can monitor the adherence remotely. So this schema just shows two levels at which these technologies can be deployed, which is at the healthcare facility level and also at the patient level. So the next couple of slides are going to showcase two kinds of similar technologies that have been deployed in some of the studies at the academy. Dr. McLean?
So at the academy, the first technology that has been used is known as Call for Life technology. This uses interactive voice response messages to get to the patients or participants. So Call for Life is based on the Connect for Life application. It initiates automatic calls to the patients at their preferred time. The patient listens to the pre-recorded options and responds to the instructions in the voice prompts. The message from the patient is then relayed back onto the system, and the healthcare worker is able to visualize the information and interpret, and thereby getting back to the patient in the shortest possible time available for them. Under the academy, the technology has been used in one of the randomized controlled trials among the TB patients with sensitive drug TB, whereby a group of patients was subjected to the Call for Life system, which provides peer reminders, health tips, gives also visit reminders, and also allows the patient to interact with the system and report any symptoms that they may have at that time. So patients who were on the Call for Life showed a higher treatment success rate, as well as fewer missed visits compared to the patients on the standard of care. However, these were not statistically significant at that time of analysis. This was an interim analysis that was done among 131 patients out of the 274 patients, and this was an interim analysis. So probably would expect to see probably something different at the end of the study. The same technology has been deployed in Karamoja in the USAID program for accelerated control of tuberculosis, which is a program run by IDI. At the start of the program, Karamoja had Velo TB success rates at 48% compared to the national rates at 77% then. However, when Call for Life was deployed together with the other methods that are used to monitor adherence for TB, we see that in the region, in the last period of 2 years, the cure rates and the treatment success rates have risen tremendously to the current statistics as shown in the graph. Well, Dr. Clara, to talk about the next technology that is at the academy.
The second technology has been deployed among patients with drug-resistant TB in a clinical trial. This technology involves the use of what is called the MEMS cup. The MEMS cup is a medicine cup that has a chip, a smart chip in it that is able to record the number of times that a patient is opening their medicine bottle to access their medicine. And when they visit with their clinician, the clinician is able to download the information onto any computer or other software device in order to assess the adherence data. This is a study with two arms. We're comparing standard of therapy, which is DOTS, and MEMS cup to assess for adherence rates. The advantage of the adherence data display from both of these technologies is that it's visual and it assists the healthcare providers assess the adherence patterns of the patients in order to give tailored adherence counseling. So this is adherence data display as from the Call for Life study that Dr. McLean has presented. And this is what the adherence data display looks like for the WISE-CAP study. In conclusion, adherence technologies have been shown to improve treatment outcomes because they seem to enhance adherence to therapy, which is a desirable outcome for both the patient and the clinician, and they present the opportunity to efficiently use limited resources, like in our setting where financial or human resource is limited. They also provide us additional information that can be used to guide counseling processes, tailored gap counseling processes, but also inform future strategies in terms of improving adherence. Thank you.
Dr. Martin. Dr. Martin is a medical doctor, and he's going to present on the pyramid of data science and what Academy is offering regarding this theme. Dr. Martin has unwavering passion and enthusiasm for delivering leading innovative healthcare solutions, digital health, and mobile technology. He's currently working on initiatives that explore opportunities for artificial intelligence, drones, big data, and blockchain to bridge the gap in healthcare service delivery and systems strengthening. Please welcome Dr. Martin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agnes, and thank you everyone for making it to the second of this science fair. Mine will be brief. I will be introducing the concept of data science and the pyramid of data science. So by definition, data science refers to the collection, preparation, analysis, visualization, and storage maintenance of information. And this field is cross-disciplinary, meaning it involves work and contribution from a number of different professionals, as you will see. So from this schema, you will see that data science is an intersection of a number of professionals that come together to harness data and implement it at different levels. So you will see that it has the computer scientists, data engineers, the domain knowledge people, and then the statistics people, and then the research and analysis. And all these people really use different tools in harnessing data. And so you will see that data science is the intersection of all these different professionals. And so when we speak about the pyramid of data science, this image will show you, or this schema will show you how this translates into the pyramid of data science and what operations define a data pyramid. So by definition, a pyramid of data science refers to the core foundations and building blocks of a competent and effective data science operation. And these building blocks include collecting the data, organizing, analyzing, predicting the data, and finally automating processes from the data that you've collected. So you will see that the most foundational block of the pyramid is collecting the data. So here I use different tools from the instrumentation. There could be sensors in the Internet of Things, focus group discussion, key interviews, user-generated data like from social media and other sources of data. And then when you're organizing it, you're cleaning it, you're defining its storage, data flows, infrastructure, and the pipelines. And after that, you will analyze the data. You apply different analytics, matrices, aggregates, and features from this data. So after that, you can, develop very simple machine learning algorithms and experimentations of themes arising from this data. And ultimately, when you come to automating, you're going to use artificial intelligence, machine learning, reinforcement learning. And this really helps you in taking key decisions from the data and also helping you automate quite complex processes. So at the top, we have the automation that uses artificial intelligence. And so while data science and artificial intelligence are often used interchangeably, this clearly shows you that fundamentally artificial intelligence is just a tool that data science can leverage. So this is what it speaks of when you say a pyramid of data science. And you realize that all of us here are part of data science because our roles fall on the different blocks of this pyramid. So one key thing you need to realize that for you to get a competent algorithm, you need to be very cognizant of your processes of collecting data, because at the end, it will affect what you intend to do and automate. So currently in the academy, we have different applications of data science, and you will see that even with this, it's a team of people working together. Under the prediction algorithms using machine learning, we have a DTG-induced hyperglycemia algorithm using PCT and mild-made plus TESOL data. We have HIV/TB loss to follow-up intervention algorithm using PCT data, data visualization using Call for Life data for the Call for Life surveillance module. We also have natural language processing, and under this we're developing a COVID chatbot and a COVID decision support system, again using Call for Life data. Our upcoming project, which is just starting off, has a mixture of natural language processing and machine learning, and this is under the HASH project that will have multinational data sets coming from the whole of Africa. And again, this will show you that we are working as different teams, from the data scientists, the data engineers, to achieve the outcomes of these different projects. So currently, these are what we have running in the academy, and in the future, we shall be trying to, develop more algorithms for, pandemic prediction and surveillance, treatment interventions for NCDs within PCT, and then get that as proof of concept before we scale them to the rest of the country. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'll request all the panelists to turn on your videos, and then we receive questions from the audience, if any. Please, you can either raise your hand or type your question in the chat if you have any questions. Maybe let me just, mine will be answered by any of the panelists. Seeing the technologies which have been displayed, the drone, the remote adherence, in this era of social distancing and lockdown, how feasible or how applicable were these, and how did the community really come up with the acceptability of these technologies? It can be answered by any. Thank you.
Dr. Rose, you want to have a go at it?
I thought you would, so you go ahead, Martin.
So what we've been doing with drones, and the team will speak, it's been really conducting the feasibility tests with these technologies, and we currently have preliminary data that speaks of the feasibility, but then also it's a process to getting people's buy-in across different stakeholders. And that is why it is very critical for us to work with everyone involved in service delivery. And the team in Kalangala has been doing that. And from inception to where we are currently, you will see there's a massive shift in acceptance of these technologies, and community buy-in is improving by the day. Their participation in the project is getting more active. And Dr. Rose, I think you can speak more to this, but yeah.
Yeah, so that's for the drones project, and I do think that it is there. One of the problems with the drones project is actually we're not going fast enough for the communities. So they would like us to speed up, but we are having to do things safely and under our research regulatory approvals. So just to say that we have used our technologies, both the Call for Life technology and also another one that Martin works on called Art Access, to enable people to access their ongoing HIV care during the COVID pandemic. So these tools which can enable the health workers to remotely interact with patients without having to do face-to-face, either for the patients having to travel or for healthcare workers to put themselves at risk, are very useful in this kind of setting, in this kind of environment. So they've also been, helpful for those. We've used the Call for Life for TB, for HIV, and for STIs now as well, and for COVID support.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rosalind. There are some questions in the Q&A area, and maybe I can read out some. One from Jessica. Thanks for the really nice talks. I'm curious, as an outsider, how well prepared technically are students to facilitate researchers in these areas? I think, Martin, you used to have students and interns. Could you be able to answer that?
We have an active internship program at the academy, and we are really very open to working with our students to, one, build their capacity, but then also for us to learn from them on how best we can implement these technologies. So if they really want to reach out, we are open to work with them. We have a partnership with GIZ East Africa, and we have taken on 2 of their interns, that is Favor and Hillary, and they're doing amazing work in COVID response and other technologies in the academy for IDI and the Ministry of Health. So as the academy, we are willing and we are open to work with students. And yeah.
Thank you. This is from Stephen Okoboy. Comparing the samples, those by road and those by drones, were these from the same personnel? I think this will go to Dr. Rosalind. And has feasibility considered the cost? If so, how much does it cost for a single delivery?
Yeah,
Dr. Rosalind, this goes to you.
Thanks. So the loading of the samples into the drone and the loading of the samples into the car was done by our research team in association with the Moyo Hospital staff. And again, unloading them at the other end is done by our team on the receiving end in association with the Adjumani staff. So it is the same person, except that right now we're having one of our research team actually putting the samples into the drone. If we go to full-scale implementation, it would be the lab doing it themselves. In terms of feasibility, yeah, so we are collecting cost data. It's difficult. There's 2 ways of assessing the cost. We either have to assess the capital costs of both, and then do you include the cost of the boat and the cost of the motor and those things, or also just the cost of delivery? So we're doing some work at the moment to look at how long the batteries take to charge, how much electricity it takes to charge batteries, and we're hoping that will be available in our results. But we're also doing facility level data to see overall, now that we are doing the deliveries by drone, what impact does that have on reducing outreaches that need to be done by the facilities and the cost of those outreaches happening? So there's 2 ways to look at costs. I hope that answers your question, Stephen.
Thank you, Dr. Rosalind. In interest of time, I beg to end this session. Please, you can look into the Q&A area and answer any questions which have been posted in there. Thank you for the brilliant discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we shall move into our next session, which is looking at big data as a game changer for global health. This will be chaired by Professor Bainom Gisha. Professor Bainom Gisha is the chair of the Department of Computer Science at Makerere University, and he's an associate professor of computer science. His research focus is on computer science-driven solutions to address prevailing world challenges. Just before we go into that, I will encourage any panelists who are going to present during this session to raise their hands so we can actually add them. And in the chat, we shall be sharing a survey from the HASH project, which is a hub for maternal, sexual and reproductive health, which is a network of researchers looking to research and validate the use of artificial intelligence to address challenges in maternal health. So please take time to fill out that survey. Over to you, Professor.
Right, thank you so much for that introduction. Good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, everyone. As already been introduced, my name is Engineer Bynum Gisha, the Chair of the Department of Computer Science here at Makerere University. And it's a pleasure to be chairing this session as your moderator. So I'd like to welcome you to our plenary session 6 on big data as a game changer for global health. As you're aware, available of and access to data sets is helping set the agenda and priorities in the health sector, and also helping provide timely evidence, as has been seen during the COVID-19 pandemic. And thanks to Dr. Martin Baraba, who has already given a nice introduction to data science by providing a definition and what he called a pyramid, which positions data science across the different disciplines. So this session builds on that introduction. We have a team of experts who will give 5 minutes lightning talks on key topics. So allow me to introduce our experts. Our first speaker is going to be Dr. Ronald Galwango, who is going to talk about air quality and associations with transmission of infectious diseases. Just a brief intro about Dr. Ronald Galwango. Dr. Ronald Galwango is a bioinformatics scientist at IDI with a PhD degree in epidemiology and bioinformatics from the University of Georgia, USA, and also a master's in computational biology from the University of Cambridge, the UK. His work focuses on using bioinformatics and computational technology to answer epidemiology research questions, as well as biomedical and public health problems, ranging a number of topics, including big data analytics, statistical methodology, genomic informatics, mathematical modeling, machine learning, etc. Join me in welcoming Dr. Ronald Galwango, who is going to talk about air quality and associations with transmission of infectious diseases. Dr. Galwango, you are welcome to give a 5 minutes lightning talk. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, engineer, the team. Let me share my screen quickly. Hello, I don't know if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Yes, the title for this talk is Air Quality and Associations with Transmission of Infectious Diseases. And let me quickly dive into it. So the background here is that mobility data are useful in depicting transmission patterns for infectious diseases, and also useful in parameterizing mathematical models. So we can derive what we call contact matrices to see how individuals are interacting at population level. And until now, aggregated location data, mainly from mobile phones, have been the main means of measuring mobility on the population level. But as we all know, these data are limited by individual privacy, access, and restriction of GPS location by the user. So we're wondering in this project whether ground monitored air quality data would be a viable alternative to aggregated location data, because with it doesn't come with the other compromises. So we accessed air quality data, and this is in the context of big data science, like engineers rightly introduced. So we wanted to combine various data sources, and then we wanted to see which patterns we can derive. So we accessed air quality data from a project called AirQO, and then Google mobility data, and then data on the nature and timing of mobility restriction, and the so-called government response stringency index, which is just an index created by the University of Oxford. It's similar to other indices only that it combines things to do with school closure, things to do with lockdowns and mobility restrictions. So we thought it would be useful. And then we also accessed other major events that affected mobility during the observation period. Things to do with the 2021 general elections that happened in Uganda. And what did we find? So in the first result here, I know this slide is busy, but I'll try to break it down. So focusing on the black line, the black curve there. So this is just showing how air quality data, how air quality was. It is just showing how air quality was observed during that time from 2020 to 2021. So you can see clearly that before the first case of COVID was reported, which is the green line, around March 21st. So you can see air quality levels were about 50%. But when the first cases of COVID-19 were detected after March 21st, and then restrictions were imposed, you can see air quality reduced significantly. And then in the red line, which you can see the vertical red line, that is when mobility restrictions, the restrictions were relaxed by the president. And you can see clearly after that time, the trend is upwards up until the second major relaxation of the restrictions. And maybe I want to focus you now on the election period, which is the space between the blue lines, the blue vertical lines. So that is during the election period. You can see that pollution levels were actually similar to what we observed before restrictions were imposed before March 2020. So the take-home message from that is that lockdowns actually were effective at lowering the air pollution levels. And for air pollution levels here, we are using particulate matter. It's called PM2.5. I also now want to focus you on the so-called stringency index, which is the line in blue. So you can see the restrictions before March 21st, there were no restrictions. So as the restrictions were implemented, you can see air quality responded negatively. So that makes some sort of negative association, which I'll show you in the subsequent results. But as you can see, as long as the stringency index curve is high, the air quality is lower. And this is a pattern actually that is also exhibited by Google mobility data. So what we are having on the y-axis is the relative percentage change from the baseline, and on the x-axis we have the date. So for the rest of the other curves, this is mobility in places for which Google collects data, places to do with grocery and pharmacy, parks, residential, retail and recreation, and transit stations and workplaces. So Google tracks mobility in these places. So you can see clearly that before the first case of COVID-19, which is the green line, mobility was at what we call the baseline. And then after that, when the first case was reported, so you can see there was a shift in mobility to more of places of residence, which is the green line above everything else. And then for all the other places, mobility quickly reduced in all those places. So meaning that the lockdown restrictions were able to curb mobility and to reduce mobility in all those places. And the impact here is that there was a positive effect on air quality, like I said. In the next slide, just to show you, just to zoom in, what the association of air quality with mobility was, you can see that for grocery and pharmacy, parks, retail and recreation, transit stations and workplaces, there was a positive association between air quality and mobility. In other words, as mobility increased, air quality deteriorated. In other words, the pollution levels were higher. And then the reverse is true for residents, because we know that when restrictions are imposed, as people are moving, as people are more in the residential places, then the air quality improved. And that is what we see here on the residential panel. And maybe just to show you a step further, we did multivariate analysis, where we are seeing the independent effects of mobility on air quality. So for each of the places tracked by Google, we adjusted for the government response previous index. And you can see clear on the right panel, the extreme column, where we're having the p-values and the confidence intervals, that for retail and recreation, parks, transit stations, workplaces, and residential places, there was still significance after adjusting for the government response index. And the direction is what we saw, for particularly for retail and recreation, parks, transit stations, and residential places. What is the take-home message from this? Is that lockdowns reduced pollution levels, but they're not sustainable. But something to note is that the 24-hour average levels for air pollution were above WHO guideline limits, despite lockdowns. Let me just take you back, sorry. I didn't stress that. So what you see here, there's a line here for the WHO guideline limit, which was around 15 micrograms per cubic meter, that they exceeded, despite the fact that lockdowns were in place. And the take-home message is that air quality depict movement patterns. In other words, they behave in the same way as mobility data. So it could be explored further to see if we can use it in order to measure mobility in places. For example, we saw that increase in mobility in residential places and the decrease in mobility in the rest of the places was seen following the institution of the lockdown. And also, there was an improvement in air quality as the lockdown, during the lockdown, and it worsened as the lockdown is lifted. So this is what we see with mobility data. So air quality data is also doing the same thing. Of course, to wrap it up, we saw negative associations of particulate matter with residential mobility. In other words, as people are more in residential places, then air quality improved, meaning that most people, as they're traveling to work, they're using vehicular means which have pollutants. So that is what we saw. And also the reverse is true. We saw positive associations of mobility in other places and air quality. I guess this is a call for all countries, because this is not only for Uganda, where we are seeing that air quality is still above, air pollution is still above the WHO guideline limits. Yeah, that's it. Just to acknowledge the COST project, which is funding this work, and then the sources of data, plus the team, engineer, and then Dr. Dawood, with which we are particularly working on this particular part of the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaliwango, for that presentation and conclusions on the policy implications. Since we are running a bit behind schedule now, we'll move straight to the next talk. We have time to discuss, so we'll be able to save some minutes in the other talks. I request the other speakers to try and be within the 5 minutes. So the next speaker is Dr. Agnes Chiraga, who is going to talk about mining of community pharmacy data to estimate and prescribe drug purchases during the COVID-19 pandemic. A brief intro about Dr. Agnes Chiraga. Dr. Agnes Chiraga has a doctorate in biostatistics from Makerere University, and her work focuses on analysis of large observational HIV clinical databases with emphasis on application of methods to deal with missing data, as well as methods for causal inference and epidemiology. Dr. Agnes Chiraga, you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So I'll talk about some of the work that is ongoing around mining pharmacy record, sale and client purchase data to predict drug purchases during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I guess this is against the backdrop of the need for big data and analyzing what we would call non-conventional data sets, like the one we've just seen before, air quality, to try and understand particular public health issues in the country and beyond. So what we did is to look at pharmacy data in 3 or 4 chain pharmacies in Kampala. And this was driven by the fact that there's a lot of self-medication that goes around in the community. And self-medication is the utilization of medicines to treat self-recognized symptoms or diseases without necessarily having a consultation with a healthcare worker and getting these drugs over the counter. And it often translates into purchases at pharmacies that are quite close to in the communities. We all have pharmacies in our neighborhood. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw that the non-pharmaceutical measures like public closure of public transport, inability to get to health facilities when there were a lot of COVID-19 cases, many people in the community turned to community pharmacies to get access to treatment. And because of the overstretched health facilities, it was a case of trying to get medication at the nearest point of care. So this was a very common treatment bundle that I think was shared over social media. And there was treatment for mild COVID, moderate and severe, mild and moderate COVID-19 based on the age. And I think many of you saw this treatment bundle. And on the right, we see a picture of actually what was happening particularly during the second wave, with people lining up at particular selected pharmacies to try and get this treatment bundle. Sorry, my slides are moving faster than I'm speaking. And so our aim was to estimate the drug purchases, which might translate into self-medication for the particular drugs that were shared in the treatment bundle. We collected data from close to 40 pharmacies, and these are from 3 chain pharmacies, Guardian, Ecopharm, and Vine. We had data use agreements with the proprietors and extracted data from January 2018 to November 2021. What we extracted was nothing that was person identifying, the name of the drug, the number of clients, and the date that the drug was purchased. We mined this data based on the drugs that were shared over social media, azithromycin, augmentin, dexamethasone, vitamin C, D, zinc, and other drugs that we could get a hold of in the data. We used a negative binomial model to estimate the incidence rate ratios and to find out the risk and the increases in purchases. What we mined are the number of clients purchasing the drugs as compared to the actual sale of the drugs. So this is what really is striking. Before the pandemic, if you look at 2020, that is the blue line on the left graph, you can see that the drug sales are kind of similar, all the drugs that we've mentioned in the earlier slide. But after March 2020, if you look at the first wave, that's around the first wave and the second wave, we see spikes in particular drugs. And that is the graph on the left, where there was actually a 30% increase in the number of clients going to purchase these drugs after the pandemic compared to the pre-pandemic period. So on the right, we see the actual breakdown with regards to the first and second wave in the country. And what we've modeled are the slopes, or the number of increases or decreases in the clients purchasing these drugs at the ascent, when the wave was going up, when the wave was coming down, wave number 1, and the second wave as well. The increases and decreases are different slopes. And we use the interrupted time series models to do that. So sorry, this slide is quite busy, but what we see is that we mapped the particular drug. If you look at azithromycin, we mapped the purchases before the pandemic, that is pre-COVID, and post-pandemic, and then overlaid the cases of COVID-19 that were reported on the national COVID-19 dashboard. And you see clearly that these were quite correlated in the first wave and in the second wave. We see that for ciprofloxacin, that was not very correlated, but you can see the nearly perfect correlation for
Yes, looks like we lost you there.
But what you see here is, sorry, my internet is stable. When you look at the second wave, I would point you here. When the second wave was going up, the number of cases were going up at the time of the second wave. There was a 10% increase in the number of clients purchasing azithromycin. And at the same time, when the wave was going down, we did see a correlation and the number of clients actually reduced, just to show that drug purchases did mirror the COVID-19 cases. People were sick. Those who could not get to the facilities were probably getting access to what we call the treatment bundle in the community. We see the same for the azithromycin and ciprofloxacin. A bit of an increase and decrease for zinc. We thought we'd see an increase in dexamethasone, but we only saw a decrease at the descent of the second wave. So clearly these results can be very informative, and mining of pharmacy records does reveal changes in drug purchases in the community. What we cannot ascertain is, does buying a drug actually mean self-medication? Do you actually take the drug? I think that is a sensitivity analysis we can run, but most likely persons that did purchase the drugs actually did use them. And these results show that antibiotic purchases that were used to treat a viral infection, which should not have been the case, were correlated with COVID-19 cases, and prescribed drugs like dexamethasone, which could lead to serious adverse events, were actually going on being purchased in the community. There could be a selection bias in our results, but we think that community pharmacy records are a valuable resource for understanding health-seeking behavior, and there's need for effective communication and community awareness to reduce misinformation around treatment during pandemics. And in the future, this work will be able to underscore the need for strategies to reduce antimicrobial resistance if people are prescribing antibiotics for themselves. So I acknowledge the communities that gave us this data and the people that I'm working with on this project. Thank you, and sorry about the slides that are moving ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agnes Chiraga. I have to say that we are a little bit behind schedule, so I request the next speakers to really try as much as possible to finish within the time. Otherwise, we're not going to have time to have the discussion. So we'll go to our next speaker. That's Dr. Daudi Jimbo, who is going to talk about our chatbot, a natural language processing tool for COVID-19 communication. Just a brief intro about Dr. Daudi Jimbo is a bioinformatician with a PhD in bioinformatics and computational biology. And Dr. Jingo is also the director of African Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics and Data Science at IBI, and also a senior faculty at the College of Computing and Information Sciences at Makerere University. Dr. Daudi Jingo, please, you may start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, engineer. Let me quickly share it. All right. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, clear.
Okay, good. So,
Yes.
So I'm here just to give a really quick one, and I think I'll fit in engineers 5 minutes. To talk about some of the attempts we're beginning to take in using artificial intelligence, but in this case, very specifically natural language processing. We are used to thinking about artificial intelligence and data science as a science of only numbers. You know, what a statistician would think. But where this field has reached, that science is now being able to do things beyond numbers towards language, you know, how to process language. And this is our initial attempt to do it. And so what we're doing, and this is a collaboration between the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory and IDI and Academy and ACE on the one hand, and the IDRC, International Development Research Corporation of Canada, and CIDA. And So the idea here is that when you, part of the problems that we had during COVID-19, obviously, as everybody knows, frontline healthcare workers were overwhelmed. Hospitals were being filled up pretty quickly. And yet at the same time, there was a huge gap in knowledge. There was a lot of misinformation, as we all know. And so on the one hand, you have overwhelmed clinicians who are busy taking care of patients. On the other hand, you have a public that is hungering for information. And so part of this is an attempt to try and leverage artificial intelligence and natural language processing to try and help understanding those gaps, information gaps. But to do that, the idea is that you then have a tool which when individuals call, this tool can speak to them, answer most of their questions as much as possible to near human levels. We know we're not yet in a position to make it like an exact human conversation, but this is the aspiration. And so we are engaging with this, what we call a chatbot. And the way it works, it learns exactly like a human does. So when a child is 2 years, they've only had fewer conversations. And so when you chat with them, their conversation is also a young, quote unquote, conversation. It's not so complicated. And as we grow in life, we're able to hold more and more meaningful conversations and deep conversations just out of experience of being exposed to so many different conversations growing up. And so these chatbots are trained in exactly the same way. You feed it with as many conversations as possible in a computational space. And from those conversations, it learns how to converse, how to respond, and how to try and detect and interpret intents. And so when you look here, you have the individual on the left. So he talks, and when he talks, a computer analyzes their request. And what it does is to categorize that request, what we call intents and entities. In the same way, when you start hearing somebody speak, you subconsciously categorize what they're telling you. You're like, oh, this guy is talking about food. Oh, this guy maybe is American. No, this guy sounds Kenyan. And on top of that, they have a small voice, or maybe they're young, or maybe they are female, or something like that. And so we do that subconsciously, but a computer does it purposefully by listening and categorizing conversations. And from that categorization, just like a human does, it composes a reply. So the response you might give to a child of 8 asking you something might be different if it's an individual of 40 years asking you, even if they're asking exactly the same thing. All that you do is as background processing, and you're only able to do it because of the exposure you've had over life and knowing how to categorize and think about information. So this is what the chatbot is doing. Behind it, you'll have a lot of algorithms that you develop to crunch this data, to do the language comparisons, to identify the phrases, to think about the frequencies, to identify slang. You have to know what slang, identify slang, and there are so many other things that you have to look at. But most of that, you're only able to do it by training these machines with much data and learning patterns from those conversations and using them to compose responses. This is just an example. Of course, there's a COVID-19, and you have an individual asking a question and getting an answer. As you can tell from the answers we have right now, you could say they are only about 70% accurate. So we're still working on feeding this thing with different types of conversations to make it more accurate in the way that it answers, and optimizing the algorithms behind, and adding what we call categories of intents. How many different ways can it think about different conversations? As you might expect, this thing can have utility, not just in health environments, but also in general customer care, in marketing and sales, and any other number of use cases. I think I'm at exactly 5 minutes. Thank you very much, engineer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Daudi, for that insightful presentation on the possibilities for a chatbot. just remind all the panelists that there are some questions in the chat on Q&A, which you can respond to by text, given that we might not have time to have a discussion at the end. So allow me to invite our next speaker, who is Dr. Gerard Boa, and is going to talk about SARS-CoV-2 genomic surveillance in Africa, successes, challenges, and lessons learned. Dr. Gerard Boa is a consultant at the African Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics and Data Intensive Sciences and Infectious Diseases at IDI, Makerere University, and also an expert at the S for Africa, that's S, the Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention at Africa CDC. Dr. Gerard Boa, you are welcome to give your presentation. May I confirm whether Dr. Gerard is with us? Dr. Gerard, are you having any difficulties?
Yes, thank you, Prof. He had been debated to a participant, but let me just try to share my screen. Thank you very much. My name is Gerard Mboa, bioinformatics implementation expert at Africa CDC, but a consultant also at IDI. So today I'm looking at SARS-CoV genomic surveillance in Africa, the successes, challenges, and lessons learned. So why pathogen genomic surveillance? Genomic sequencing has improved how we monitor, treat infectious diseases, including developing diagnostics, vaccines, and track new infections. But its widespread use for disease surveillance requires modifications in infrastructure, including high compute capacity and trained personnel who can work comfortably with genomic data. So in high income settings already, this has been incorporated into disease surveillance system, and it has enabled them to timely and perform, to be able to timely and perform in-depth characterization of pathogens. Thereby, they have been able to gain effective control of infectious disease threats. So looking at SARS as a use case for this presentation, what we have seen in the past 2 years, we have had about 5 what we call variants of concern that have shown significant levels of disease severity as compared to the wild type SARS-CoV that initially was detected in Wuhan, China. So the ancestral strain was not as very much infectious and as dangerous as we saw what we call the 5 variants of concern. The first one was detected around December 2020 and was named Alpha, and then that was shortly followed by what was named as Beta variant of concern. And thereafter, in the same year, 2021, we had also the Gamma detected around January 2021, and later followed by the Delta around May last year. So that shows you how it is important to track the evolution of the virus, the different viruses that infect humans. So along the way, the Africa CDC has an institute for pathogen genomics that gained a mandate that was aimed at integrating pathogen genomics and bioinformatics into public health disease surveillance systems to ensure outbreak investigation and improve the disease control and prevention. And the cross-cutting themes of this institute were to enable mechanisms and policies, as well as guidelines that can guide implementation of pathogen genomics. And the second one was to implement pathogen genomics and bioinformatics network across the continent. Third was to build capacity for the same, followed by data systems, and also ensure there is capacity for genomic epidemiology. And all this was aimed at ensuring rapid and timely response to infectious disease threats in Africa. So how this network was assembled was at a 3-tier level, where we had 3 specialized genomics facilities, and that is one in Nigeria called the SGID, the African Center of Excellence in Genomics of Infectious Diseases in Nigeria, and then followed by SAMBI in South Africa, that's the South African National Bioinformatics Institute, and CRISIP, which is in KwaZulu-Natal University. So those were the genomics specialized centers for bioinformatics, specialized centers for genomics and bioinformatics. And down below that, we had what we call the regional COVID sequencing facilities distributed across the regions of Africa in Morocco, Senegal, Ghana, Nigeria, INRB in DRC, Gabon, Uganda, Kemri, and South Africa, NICD. And different countries were assigned under each of these to ensure that they can ship their samples for genomic sequencing. As we know, the continent was not ready for this capacity. So what are the successes? Over the last 1 year, that is in 2020, we had 5,200 SARS-CoV genomes that had been sequenced in the entire continent. But 2021, after implementing this network, over 65,000 SARS-CoV genomes were sequenced and shared globally. And that is very key for developing vaccines and diagnostics. The other success we can talk about in 2020, we had only 6 African countries that were performing whole genome sequencing for SARS-CoV. However, by 2021, over 20 countries were performing what we call regular sequencing of SARS-CoV. And the bit of that, we managed to sequence 0.87% of all confirmed cases of SARS-CoV in Africa. And we had samples coming in from over 50 member states from Africa contributing to these sequences. And this shows you the trend of how the different variants of concerns were distributed across the 2 years from 2020 to through December 2022. And you can see, December 2021, and you can see how each of these different variants of concern were distributed across the continent, with alpha disappearing almost around mid-2020, 21, followed by beta, then gamma, and now Omicron, which is almost at 100% of the variants of concern that we have on the continent. The other component that demonstrates the success of this network is what you are seeing here. Africa is in a position number 3, having sequenced almost 0.7% of all the confirmed SARS cases. Just above that, there is Oceania, Europe, and North America. So that position has been able to be, we have been able to attain that position because of this network that has seen countries that were unable to even sequence any sample for SARS-CoV being in position to ship their samples for sequencing. And this has also enabled us to have almost near real-time tracking of this pathogen. And this map here from the next strain page, it shows you how the distribution of these variants of concern are in each of the member states in Africa. So it shows you the dynamics of how these move. And it is always updated every week. So the challenges with this network, one has been to establish the Africa Pathogen Genomics Initiative data platform. So each of these labs you have seen is using a different data platform, and that has some kind of limitations when it comes to French-speaking, Portuguese-speaking African member states. So that is one of the challenges that we have met. Also, the other challenge is to establish a continent-wide pathogen genomics community of individuals who have expertise in pathogen genomics to be able to respond to the needs of the different member states. Also, a turnaround time from sample collection to sharing of the genomes has been almost about 2 to 3 months. That is out of time taken to share these samples or the genomes. Then workforce development, we have out of needs for training in each of these member states, and we have not been able to train even 50% of the requests that we receive. And then the other one is the timely distribution of the sequencing reagents. Many of these are coming in from UK and United States, and at the time when we had the shutdown of flights, we had a challenge trying to reach certain destinations in the continent. And then the other one was delay in acquiring regulatory requirements that need you to import and export samples out of each of these member states. And also the costs of shipping samples from their sample collection sites to the different centers. So the lessons learned through this network, implementing genomic sequencing requires a diverse team that includes molecular biologists, laboratory technicians, bioinformaticians, and computational biologists, system engineers to manage the data and computer wares, as well as the different networks, and as well as molecular epidemiologists. Also, we have learned that data collection and visualization dashboards are equally important in feeding the media feeding them with what they need to know about the dynamics of the disease itself. And also the implementation of our impact genomic use cases. We are looking at this as the next frontier, implementing the same expertise into antimicrobial resistance, HIV and malaria. And then also lastly, looking at what we call the Africa Pathogen Genomics Initiative, the Next Generation Sequencing Academy, which is looking at training, carrying out a number of training across the continent. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Boa, for the work you're doing on SARS-CoV-2 genomic sequencing. That brings us to the end of the session. I think there's been already interaction in the chat, Q&A. Our panelists are still around, so please, if you have any questions for them, feel free to reach out to them via chat. And once again, join me in thanking our speakers, Dr. Ronald Gariwango, Dr. Agnes Chiraga, Dr. Daudi Jingo, and Dr. Gerard Mboa for very insightful presentations. Thank you so much, and back to you, host. Thank you.
Is looking at mitigating COVID-19 and its impacts, and this is going to be chaired by Dr. Issa Makumbi. Dr. Issa Makumbi is a director of Public Health Emergency Operations Center at the Ministry of Health in Uganda. He also coordinates global health security activities implemented by the Ministry of Health partners, including IDI, not only during the COVID-19 pandemic, but also past epidemic outbreaks. You're welcome, Dr. Issa Makumbi.
Thank you very much, members. We have an exciting session, as you have just mentioned with the moderator, mitigating COVID and its impact, engaging communities to make good choices. To unpack this theme, three speakers, actually there are four, and I'll be introducing them as they come. And we have one, and misinformation, dialogue COVID, and then mobilizing priority groups for COVID vaccination. So we have exciting speakers, four of them, and I'll be introducing them as they speak. And we shall have at the end of the session a discussion, and this will depend on the panelists if really they will manage the time very well. Each session will take 10 minutes, please. Let's manage our time because you know this is a Friday and we have other themes, one or two to finish. So please, I appeal to you to really manage the time, 10 minutes. And to unpack this, we shall start with the Tracy Ahumuza, a communication professional with the experience of 10 years in public relationship, broadcast, print, journalism.
Hello. We hear you.
Tracy, continue.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought we'd lost you for a minute there. Thank you very much, Dr. Makumbi. My name is Tracy Ahumuza, as you explained. I have on call Dr. Richard Kabanda of the Risk Communication Pillar. I'm going to ask our team, that's Henry and Edward, to make sure that they can make Arinaito Osbat and Richard Kabanda able to speak. Please promote them up to panelists. Dr. Richard is a public health specialist at the Ministry of Health. He's also known to many as the Commissioner for Health Promotion and Education and Communication. He has been leading the risk communication pillar over the course of the pandemic, and I've had the pleasure of attending many of these meetings and watching the situation evolve. OSBAT, on the other hand, Mwijuche, is a senior digital officer with the medical concierge group, which many of you might know as Rocket Health. I'm going to ask them a few questions, and we'll be really brief because we have about only 10 minutes. Let me just make sure they have been promoted.
Tracy, you have 10 minutes, please.
Yes, my speakers are not on. Henry and Edward, kindly open the chat box for OSBAT, Harry Nightway, and Richard Kabanda.
Okay. If the speakers can please raise their hands so we can add them to the panelists.
Right. So while we get into it, over the course of the pandemic, we have realized that when we started when risk communication started out, kept evolving over the course of the pandemic. Everything that was said in the beginning is not what was said at what is said right now. And I will, the reason why we chose Dr. Richard and OSBAT Mwijuche is, you know, the merging of the private health sector as well as the public health sector, which is the Ministry of Health and the work that Rocket Health has been able to do by getting into people's homes, reaching various populations all over the country. If you can just update me when you have placed the speakers into the room, please. So we asked them what the most common myths were that they encountered during the work that we're doing, that is both digitally and throughout meetings that were held.
The speakers have been added.
Great. OSBAT and Dr. Richard, if you can hear me. Kindly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you, Tracy, very well.
Oh, perfect, perfect. I had the pleasure to invite her to introduce you, so I'll very quickly ask you a question each. I'll start with Dr. Richard Kabanda. What are some of the most common myths you encountered during the start of the pandemic, and what was the nature of them at the start, and what is it like now?
Thank you, Tracy, and the IDI team. I must be very brief here because of time issues. At the beginning, the most common myth was evolved on many people, especially those who were new media, saying that COVID-19 does not exist. Many people thought that was normal flu or cold. So in the very earlier days, it was taken lightly. And to many people, they thought that the COVID-19 doesn't affect Black people, Africans and Ugandans in this case. And it was largely, the myth varied so much, and largely it was influenced by new media, what many people call social media, commonly WhatsApp. So we realized during those earlier days, because of the earlier public health restrictions by government, that there was some bit of excitement news of some of these gadgets, and people could not, people could just forward whatever, could just believe whatever they saw or received on their phones, and therefore could just forward to so many platforms, so many groups. So it was so much challenging at that time, especially given the fact that risk perception was very low in the country. We never had severe cases. We never had people who were hospitalized, and even people who were under quarantine at that time, especially those who had traveled from overseas looked to be normal and healthy. So it was such challenging at that time.
Thank you, Dr. Richard. I also wanted to now quickly switch over to Osbert and request you to tell us about the nature of myths right now based on the work that your team has been doing on the digital media that Dr. Richard has just spoken about. What has changed now? Would you be able to tell us what is different now than what it was like in the beginning?
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. Tracy, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Tracy?
Very clearly, I can hear you, Osbert.
Okay, good. So yeah, so as Dr. Richard has said, at the beginning, most of the myths were around misinformation, and what we always try to do was to remind people about the right sources of information, and people have got to learn also from experience. I think from the second wave, people got to realize that COVID is not just a flu, like Dr. Richard has said, or just a simple illness. It was a serious disease that needed to be taken seriously. And people have moved on from taking it as just from the myths they have been hearing to adhering to SOPs and advice from ministry, like taking vaccination serious, and also realizing that most of the things they were hearing about how COVID can cause these old things, impotence, and I mean how vaccines can cause impotence, like information has been availed, and people are adhering to SOPs, and they're no longer seeing COVID as one. People are seeing COVID as a killer. Some thought when COVID gets here, you will be moving and you just fall down and die, or it will just sweep everybody away. So they realize that if you take SOPs and seriously, we can beat this disease. People have gained confidence and have known that COVID is actually real.
Right. So obviously the epidemic for communicators was also a problem for public health specialists. It became the misinformation became a very, very big problem. Dr. Richard, were we to get into a similar situation coming in the next as communicators to be able to get impact?
Tracy, I've not got your question well. I've lost you in there. I don't know whether it must be a network that side.
Okay, no, I was just saying, can you hear me now?
Yes, I do hear you now.
Yes. My question was, are we ready with all that we've learned in the past few years with to communication, and anything we can do that's different from what we did in the beginning say if it happened again next year?
Yes, there are some good lessons that we have learned currently, and I would say that there was a little influence even within the political and technical circles within the ministry, but I know also across board on how best we need to invest in new media. I think this is one of the platforms that we can't now run away from. In Uganda, since 2020 to date, almost 2 years, we have seen some very big shift in access to internet and the use of some of these digital platforms, including use of smartphones, because smartphones were a way to go when people couldn't physically meet and access people. So the investment within the health communication space was much more into interpersonal communication and use of mass media, specifically electronic. Still within electronic, the investments were much more in the broadcast, radio and TV. The shift we have seen, and which I think that we may need to look into seriously, is how best can we invest in gadgets like new media, social media,
that has the minority of the population. Few people are in there, but the influence it has in disseminating health information is enormous. And still, further still, there are few people who have access to social media platforms are able to influence the many people who are on broadcast. Literally, if you see the trends currently, people who disseminate information on radio, I would say that over 80% of this information is got from social media. So that kind of shift, we need to leverage on it and ensure that we take it on beyond COVID-19 and see how best can we utilize such kind of platforms to engage young people, to engage all different categories that we have in our country to be able to address these other health conditions, including HIV.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Richard Kavanda. I know we've taken you away from a very important meeting. And also, Osbat, I'll just quickly ask you to give me one last thing that you think the epidemic of misinformation has caused. How do you think it has affected healthcare, especially in the role that you play in the digital space for the medical concierge group, which is Rocket Health?
Yeah, so Tracy, thank you. So I think generally COVID has been a learning curve for all of us that have been involved, both the service providers and the recipient of services, private and government. For Rocket Health and other private players, I think it has been a call for us to have a combined effort in all the things we do, from communication, service delivery. If you saw an example, when we launched COVIDX, it was not about one facility providing the service to people, but it was a combined effort, different facilities coming together to tell people how to get the right product and where to find it. So I think one thing that the fight against the misinformation has taught us that if we can do collective effort in terms of communication and delivering service, we can actually guide the public and the general audience on where to get the right information and what best practices to employ. For example, we've seen private facilities linking people back to sources like Ministry of Health as their own resource of right information. People who run adverts like online, you've seen platforms like Facebook who are not allowing any other players to run any adverts on information related to COVID apart from WHO or licensed bodies or authorities like Ministry of Health. So I think this fight has helped us and the consumers' information to know who the right sources of information are in any given scenario.
Right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll let you off now. Thank you so much for that delivery, which basically communicates the importance of both the public and the private sector in working together to manage the infodemic, which was basically one of the biggest problems, which was almost as big as the pandemic itself over the past year. Thank you, Richard, Dr. Kavanda, and Mr. Mwijuche Osbat. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Makumbi.
Thank you very much, Tracy. The next topic we are going to discuss is Dial COVID. This is remote mitigation through symptom surveillance in a refugee setting. So to unpack this is Dr. Timothy Muonge, a public health and infectious specialist and head of program at Makerere University, together with Dr. Kelly Olangiri, an assistant professor of emergency medicine in Washington University. They are going to tackle this subject for 10 minutes, please. Please manage your time, both of you. 10 minutes, please. Dr. Mwenge, please take on the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Makumbi. I'll just introduce Dr. Kelly to take us through the background of the study. Then I'll come in to discuss the results. Over to you, Kelly.
Thank you, colleagues. We're excited to tell you about Dial COVID, the study that is a collaboration between IDI, University of Washington, Medical Teams International, Harvard, and VIAMO, funded by ELRA. So this study has 4 aims. The first uses interactive voice response to collect symptoms of COVID-19 from refugees, as well as exposures, and to disseminate information. The second builds on that by testing some of the participants for COVID. The third aim is also an IVR aspect of a longitudinal survey sent out 3 times every 2 months to a subset of the participants to understand knowledge, risk perceptions, and mitigation efforts. And finally, aim 4 is a qualitative interviews with refugees. And this whole focus of the study is with refugees. Thanks, Timothy. So that we share with you this flow chart, which basically shows an overview of the IVR platform. A participant either calls in or they're reached by random digit dialing. That's our control comparison group. When they're on the platform, they select the language, they consent to participate, and then they either go straight to hearing information about COVID, or if they're older than 18, they go on to take our survey, which asks 20 questions about COVID symptoms and exposures. And in the end, they're given public health information as well as a stigma mitigation message. Thank you. So we're jumping into results for the IVR components, which is related to aim 1 and aim 3. So for aim 1, we had 7,833 participants in the dial-in aspect of the survey that consented and completed the survey. And from our random digit dial portion, that we have 1,914 as a comparison. Go ahead, Timothy. So selected findings for you from aim 1. Call-in participants reported 4.1 symptoms on average out of the 11, with important variations over time. Symptoms reported peaked toward the end of the year with an average of 6.1 symptoms in November of 2021 and 9.3 in December of 2021. From March to June, as a comparison, call-in participants reported an average of 2.1 symptoms compared to 1.5 among the random digit dial participants. Participant risk profiles were assessed using 8 risk factors. These included things such as smoking, diabetes, hypertension, immunosuppression. Among call-in participants, 21.5% had no risk factors and 26.7% had 1 risk factor, and 51.8% had 2 or more. Participants with no risk factors reported 1.2 symptoms on average. Participants with 1 risk factor reported 2.1 symptoms on average, and participants with 2 or more risk factors reported 6.4 symptoms on average. From March to June of 2021, random digit dial participants with 2 or more risk factors reported an average of 2.3 symptoms compared to 4.1 symptom average for call-in participants with 2 or more risk factors. Jumping into the second IVR aspect of this work, which was the longitudinal survey to understand risk mitigation factors. For this component, we compared the dial-in participants, 710 unique participants, to the random digit dial participants, 435. After data cleaning, this gave us a comparison of 345 to 238 between dial-in and random digit dial. A quick look at the results for this. Importantly, the systematic use of masks was lower among nationwide cohort reached by random digit dialing compared to the displaced refugee cohort, 76% versus 87% in wave 1, with differences persisting over time. Importantly, the systematic use of masks continuously decreased over time from 76 to 55 among the nationwide and 87 to 59 among displaced. And since awareness of the importance of masks was stable or improved, it's likely that other barriers hindered the use of masks. The main barriers for both groups reported were cost and physical availability. Next slide. Vaccine acceptance differed across the groups, with nationwide participants more likely to accept the vaccine compared to the displaced cohort participants, with this gap increasing to 19% in waves 2 and 3. And the behavioral response regarding vaccine acceptance reflects results on perceived efficacy of the vaccine, with more positive perception of vaccine efficacy among the nationwide sample. Over to you, Timothy. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kelly. I'll dive into.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Kindly, Dr. Moke, can you summarize? Because we have very little time. Please don't present, summarize.
Yes, so I'm presenting or summarizing the DAIL COVID AIM2 test results. We tested people that had called in for AIM1 and were looking at symptoms of COVID and their results. And we saw participants from different countries in the refugee settlements. And the analysis symptoms kind of pointed towards unusually strong muscle pains and also having experienced unusual fatigue as some of the factors that were pointing us towards the ones that had a positive test result after calling in with the interactive voice response. And qualitative interviews, I'll just give a summary of what we had in these interviews, and that's the ability to adhere to COVID prevention strategies was discussed as one of the items, and then the other was the action plan on how someone could prevent themselves from getting COVID in the refugee settlements. However, there was still stigma in these populations. And very keen to talk about was the vaccine knowledge and vaccine willingness, as well as hesitancy. Most of the refugee but people had information, and their source was health facilities, village health teams, chairmans and radios in different areas of the refugee settlements. And there was uncertainty about vaccine effectiveness and how the vaccine worked. So lastly, the overall perception of vaccine was positive, with a general consensus that something provided by the government would help the populations as well as the different masses. And rumors and misconceptions, among others, in the settlements are reduced with age, and the leading to infertility was something that was being talked about in the refugee populations. And there was also a rumor about COVID-19 containing the satanic 666, and this was also one of the things that we picked up from refugee settlements. I'll hand over to Kelly to just give us a summary of the lessons that we've learned, then we'll open for discussion in 1 minute.
Thank you. So we've learned that DIAL COVID is accessed by both civilians and health workers, including refugees and nationals living within refugee settlements. And through DIAL COVID, we're able to disseminate important public health information to refugees living in different settlements in 4 Ugandan regions in 10 languages. 54% of all DIAL COVID users reported symptoms that could be consistent with COVID-19 or an exposure. Thank you so much. We really appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you both, Dr. Kelly and Dr. Mwonge. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Judith Nanyondo, who is going to talk about mobilizing priority groups for COVID-19 vaccination. Judith is a specialist in health planning and management, and she's currently working at IDI, a project manager of strengthening partnership for preparedness and response. And she's also the secretary to the National Task Force of COVID for infection prevention and control. Kindly, Judith, take the floor, and you have only 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Makombe. Thank you so much, Dr. Makombe. And thank you for the wonderful introduction. I'm here to share the experience of the Strengthening Partnership for Preparedness and Response in Uganda project on mobilizing prioritized groups for COVID-19 vaccination. And I really appreciate the group that has come before me for setting the stage for this presentation. This is a project that is funded by the CDC, and I really acknowledge the funds that we have received to implement this project. As I start my presentation, I would like to emphasize that it is not availability of vaccines that is going to end the COVID-19 pandemic, but it is vaccination. So the need to ensure that everyone who is eligible gets vaccinated is very imperative, especially the vulnerable people. So the IDI received resources from the CDC to implement a vaccination project with 3 objectives. One was to increase vaccination uptake amongst the prioritized groups, to strengthen vaccine pharmacovigilance and strengthen vaccine data management. This is a project that is implemented alongside other partners, the CDC partners across the various regions, as you see on the map on the left, that include Baylor, Uganda, the IDI West Nile Project, Mildmay, the Raka Health Sciences Program, TASO, and the Kampala HIV project of IDI. So this presentation is going to focus on the first objective. The WHO in 2021 shared guidance on how countries can achieve high uptake of COVID-19 vaccination. And this guidance is summarized in domains of influencing vaccine uptake. And precisely, it's about what do people think and feel about these vaccines. What are the social processes that motivate people to get vaccinated? And when we think about when we talk about what people think and feel about vaccines, this is about what are the vaccine benefits? What are the issues around the vaccine safety? What is the perceived risk? Are they listening to any negative information about these vaccines? I'm happy that the risk communication team has really emphasized the issues around the infodemic about COVID-19 vaccination. In terms of the social processes, what are the influential others talking about vaccination? What are the workplace norms? What trust do people have in the vaccine providers? What is the self-confidence that we have when we are answering questions about vaccines? Those coupled with practical issues on where people can get vaccines, how they can ease access to vaccines, availability of on-site vaccination will be able to increase uptake towards vaccination. So I'll take you through what the project has done to see that we can increase uptake towards vaccination. We started off with stakeholder engagement, with those influential others that can be able to influence the priority groups towards vaccination. That is really the leadership. And we were able to interact with the armed forces, as you see in the pictures, the religious leadership. You can see discussions with the Muslim leadership, the Minister of the Elderly and the parliamentarians, the medical councils, the NCD clinics. And through these, we're able to come up with strategies, as you see here, at the intervention models on how we can be able to increase uptake of vaccination amongst these prioritized groups. We came up with a point of care model, which is leveraging on routine care facilities to target mobilization. That includes the ART clinics and other NCD clinics. The place of worship model, and here we were targeting the elderly and people with comorbidities through their religious leaders so that we can be able to get them vaccinated. There is the SAGE model, which links the social security payments for the elderly. As we know, our elderly get payments every month from the government, and we linked vaccination to these payments. We came up with a place of work model where we're working together with various organizations, banks, and other institutions to see that we can be able to reach out to a worker, sensitize them, and vaccinate them so that they can reach out to their older persons. And all these were through outreaches or point of care settings. I'll draw your attention to the point of care model that started as a pilot at the IDI clinic in Mulago that has been able to reach out to over 1,989 friends. And this has been scaled up to other locations in other regions, as I had already mentioned. And this has reached out to over 3,292 people. And for your attention is, out of those, about 530 clients declined vaccination. And some of the reasons that they gave were, some were pregnant, breastfeeding, or waiting to give birth, and hence could not take the vaccine. Some were fearing the side effects. Some were thinking about the fact that they were still on treatment for other comorbidities, and they felt very unprepared to get this vaccine, to get vaccinated. I've talked about the leveraging on the government of Uganda social protection program to be able to increase vaccination towards the elderly. As you see on the right, pictures of the elderly coming for their payments. We had a sensitization session through mild May, and after the sensitization session, we had many of them vaccinated, as you see them with their vaccination cards. These are pictures of the work, the collaborations with institutions out there, the banks, Finance Trust Bank, Stanbic Bank, Umeme, to see that we can be able to reach out to a worker, vaccinate the worker, and reach the older persons. And I must say that many of these models have been picked up by other organizations, by different sectors, to see that we can be able to increase uptake amongst these prioritized groups. And we have been able to reach out to over 55,075 persons with vaccines. And as a country, I would like to draw your attention to where we are in terms of vaccination of the priority groups. This is data as of 14th of February, and I'll focus on how many persons have been fully vaccinated. As you see on the left, healthcare workers have had the highest uptake, over 59.3% fully vaccinated, while the elderly are still low at 10.4%. And on your right is a graph showing the project contribution to COVID-19 vaccination of the priority groups. What you see is before project inception and right after project inception, with the interventions that I've talked about, what a great contribution that the project has made to see that we can increase uptake amongst these prioritized groups in Uganda. I would like to circle back to the barriers to vaccination, and I'll focus this to healthcare workers. This is a survey that the NIPH at the Ministry of Health conducted to assess healthcare worker uptake towards vaccination. This was a cross-sectional survey that was done amongst healthcare workers in a sample of health facilities in 5 regions. And while we're happy to note that 80% of these healthcare workers had been fully vaccinated, there is an 8% and a 12% that was not vaccinated, and the 12% were partially vaccinated. When we went further to interrogate to understand their willingness to get vaccinated, 93% were planning to get vaccinated, but there is a 7% that was not planning to get vaccinated. Remember, this is just a sample and a sample of the entire country. And that 7% is of great concern as healthcare workers. So again, further to understand what were the reasons why these healthcare workers could not get vaccinated, we're able to assess 5 areas around access. Is it about access? Is it about the social processes? Is it about the knowledge gap? Is it about the feeling that people have about these vaccines that I've already talked about in the domains? Or could it be other reasons? And out of those that were not vaccinated, 64%, it was about the feeling about the vaccines, the side effects, the benefits about these vaccines. And amongst those that were partially vaccinated, it was other reasons, as you see on the cloud on your right. And these reasons were around waiting for their second dose, around stock out of vaccines. And what, again, is still standing out is pregnancy at a time of vaccination, and so many other reasons. As I close my presentation, what is it that we are doing to see that we address barriers to vaccination? And I want to say something about barriers to vaccination. Hesitancy is not, I don't want to equate hesitancy to a barrier to vaccination. Today, not today, but right now, someone could be hesitant to get vaccinated, but once given the knowledge, once those barriers have been addressed, in a few hours, one can get vaccinated. So we have come up with what we call a vaccination champions toolkit, where we are working together with the Ministry of Health to establish a critical mass of individuals out there to be able to act as champions, to champion vaccination. And this toolkit, we hope it can be able to reach out key opinion leaders, young women out there to address issues around pregnancy, healthcare workers, so that our healthcare workers are confident to talk about vaccines, partner organizations, employers like IDI here and other employers. And this has currently been done with some organizations, and we hope to scale it up. As I end my presentation, I would like to go back and emphasize what I mentioned at the beginning, that it's not availability of vaccines that is going to end the COVID-19 pandemic, but vaccination is the game changer, coupled with adherence to SOPs. So we need to ensure that all eligible persons get vaccinated. I would like to acknowledge the Ministry of Health, the US CDC for the technical and the financial support, the partners, the CDC supported partners for the great work that they have done towards this project. And I also want to thank the organizers of this meeting for the opportunity to share our experience. Over to you, Dr. Makombi.
Thank you very much, Judith. A moderator, do we have any time for 2 or 3 questions? Moderator.
Questions can be posted in the chat and they will be dealt with by the panelists there.
Pardon?
We don't really have any time for a discussion, unfortunately. But the questions can be posted in the chat,
and the panelists
can answer them there.
So maybe let me thank our speakers. Time was really a big constraint, but I would like to thank our speakers for unpacking that that theme which we have just discussed of mitigation of COVID and its impact, engaging communities to make good choices. So thank you very much, speakers. Please put down your question on the chat. They will be answered. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Makumbi. We shall move on to our next session, which is looking at ongoing challenges with HIV malignancies. This shall be chaired by Dr. Philippa Kadama, and she's a medical doctor with advanced training in public health, who is currently working at IDI, coordinating the Kaposi sarcoma and cervical cancer studies. Dr. Philippa, over to you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. We'll start right away since we are really out of time. So welcome everyone to our 8th plenary session on HIV-associated malignancies. As we all know, these malignancies have been around since the beginning of the epidemic in the 80s. And we've had several improvements in management of these malignancies, but we're still grappling with the challenge of managing them. Some have not really faced even with the presence of ART. So today we'll have 3 presentations on 3 different malignancies. That's liver cancer, Kaposi sarcoma, and cervical cancer. The first presentation will be from Professor Ponciano Chama, who will talk about liver cancer in Uganda in the setting of HIV. Professor Chama, briefly, is an academic hepatologist at the Makerere University in Kampala, where he supervises clinical services in gastroenterology and hepatology at Ruiru Hospital. Ponciano's major research interests are in the interactions between viral hepatitis and HIV on liver disease and hepatocellular carcinoma in resource-limited settings. Currently, Professor Chama is involved in studying obesinogenic effects of dolutegravir in HIV-infected patients. In addition, he runs studies on liver cancer and HIV, the impact of schistosoma mansoni infection in hepatitis B virus-infected patients on development of hepatocellular carcinoma. We have no better person than Professor Chama to really tell us about liver cancer in Uganda. So invite Professor Chama to talk about this as our first panelist for this session. Over to you, Professor. Professor Chama?
Yes, sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm going to give this talk, and I hope I will do this in 10 minutes, and it's going to be on liver cancer in Uganda in the setting of HIV. I can't move. So liver cancer is really a big problem, and it is expected to, we're expected to have like 600 more than 600 new cases annually around the world. Unfortunately, it is one of the least curable malignancies, and the prognosis is even worse in developing countries because usually patients come late when the disease is very advanced. There are fewer diagnostic mechanisms for detecting the tumor, limited therapeutic options, and also constraints in terms of finance for limiting for detecting the tumor early so that one could prevent the tumor. Earlier studies which were done over 30 years ago in Uganda indicated survival was really dismal in these patients. But we were hoping that with improved diagnostic efforts, methods, and treatment modalities, there would be a change to some of these that we are seeing currently. So 5 years ago, we started a program which we called Hepatocellular Carcinoma and HIV in Uganda, H2U Consortia. And this H2U is a collaboration between Johns Hopkins University and Makerere University. And we wanted to really solidify the clinical population and translational research infrastructure for the study of HIV-associated HCC and to advance the foundational understanding of the epidemiology mechanisms and clinical spectrum of HIV and HCC, and probably to inform prevention and treatment strategies in this country. So in this consortia, we developed 2 projects. At that time, one was a liver cancer case control study, and the other one, project 2, was the screening program amongst HIV-infected patients at the Infectious Diseases Institute. Of course, we also had virologic and aflatoxin biomarker studies. Now, I'm just going to be brief about with this. The liver cancer study, the case control study, which was project 1, this study was carried out in Mulago Hospital, Uganda Cancer Institute in the center, and also in Lacho Hospital in the north. And the controls were recruited from trauma and general dental clinics. In these hospitals, we had extensive questionnaire clinical exam done and standardized ultrasound scan, and we had several laboratory markers that we actually studied. And the intention initially was to recruit 600 cancer patients and 600 controls, but later on, this was amended to 600 liver cancer patients and 1,200 controls. Briefly, we looked at the factors for liver cancer, and the traditional liver cancers, hepatitis B and hepatitis C, of course, stood out. Hepatitis B, the surface antigen in this patient was up to about 30, odds of about 30, and the hepatitis C3. But one thing that we did not anticipate was cystosomiasis. And we actually found that cysto seemed to lead to causation of liver cancer. And we decided to analyze this a little bit more to find what happens. And we found that the patients who had hepatitis B, those who are cystopositive, were more with hepatitis B compared to those who are cysto negative. And in fact, the viral load for hepatitis B was higher among those who are cystopositive and compared to those who are cysto-negative. In fact, that told us there is some interaction which is going on between cystosomiasis and hepatitis B, leading to liver cancer in these patients. And so on further analysis, we were able to demonstrate that while cysto alone had an odd of about 3, when we looked at, and hepatitis B alone was up to 24, we realized that the 2 infections together had multiplicative effect with an odd of up to 68. So we said, therefore, that HBV and cysto increase HCC risk, but the effect of HIV alone in HCC was not actually clear in the study. One information which I did not present here was that aflatoxin adducts also was associated with a 2.8-fold increase in the risk of developing HCC. Now then, we switch on to the screening study. We plan to screen 2,000 HIV-infected patients at the IDI. And again, we had very elaborate data collection tool. And our intention was to see if we could pick patients HIV-infected patients who have got a high risk of developing liver cancer. And these were people who were hepatitis B positive, and those who were having high FibroScan scores of more than 7, and those with hepatitis C. And our goal was to recruit these 2,000 and follow 500. We anticipated we were going to get 500 patients who would be at high risk. Eventually, we recruited 1,950 participants. And when we followed up the 400 for 4 years, unfortunately, 5 patients developed advanced HCC, although we were screening them and following them every 6 months. So 6 months before, the person was normal, the scan was normal, the alpha-fetoprotein was normal. And then later, within the next 6 months, the person has advanced liver cancer. So we started questioning, is this 6-monthly ultrasound scan and alpha-fetoprotein adequate to identify early cancers that can be amenable to treatment? So then we went on to analyze mortality in these patients. And mainly we wanted to find out the social demographic and clinical determinants of mortality among these patients, and also look at how, the mortality rate in this population. So as you can see from this graph, most of the patients, the median duration was of survival was just 1.5 months from the time of diagnosis, telling you how advanced this tumor presents in this country. In summary, this particular analysis was on 441 patients with HCC. By 6 months, 87% of these patients had actually passed on. By 12 months, actually, we could only, we could only find 35 patients who are still alive. The median survival, I have said, was about 1.5 months. The factors associated with mortality risk included hepatitis B, schistosomiasis, and elevated liver enzymes. Now, although HIV infection was associated with increased mortality risk, this was not statistically significant. So in summary, we had an extremely short duration. We have a very extremely short duration of survival among these patients, and the predictors of mortality include those that I have already mentioned. HIV and HCC does not appear to be associated with a different clinical presentation, although HIV-infected patients with HCC cases had a slightly poorer prognosis compared to HIV-negative. Screening of high-risk patients for early HCC diagnosis linked to localized curative treatment will probably be able to help us to modify this lethal disease. But as I have already said, we saw those patients that we were even following, but they ended up dying even earlier. We got them at very advanced stages of liver cancer. So from there, we have moved further to do other studies. Now we are trying to understand this interaction between cysto and hepatitis B. And this is a work that we are now embarking on for the next 5 years. We don't know where this interaction actually occurs, whether it is in the liver or the periphery, we have also expanded the study now to include Africa. So we are now calling it HIV and hepatocellular carcinoma in Africa, H2A from H2U. And this one now, we are carrying out this study in collaboration with JHU, Uganda, and Senegal. And we have 2 projects. We have project 3, which aims at looking at if HBV antiviral treatment can be used as prevention. And project 4, we are looking at the impact of cysto treatment on the HBV cause. And so we have moved from H2U, as you can see up there with all these collaborators, to now what we are calling H2A, HIV and hepatocellular carcinoma in Africa. And we hope that by the end of this time, we have something tangible that will help us to identify and probably manage patients with these with liver cancer. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that eloquent presentation. We'll move on to our next presentation, which is on Kaposi sarcoma. This is going to be done by Dr. Agre Semere and Dr. Helen Biakwaga. Dr. Agre Semere is a Ugandan-trained physician and researcher based at the IDI. He obtained his qualifications in internal medicine from Macquarie University and epidemiology with implementation science training from the University of California, San Francisco. He's involved currently in various research projects that revolve around the epidemiology of chronic comorbidities, especially cancer and cardiovascular disease, among HIV-infected individuals on antiretrovirus therapy. His research focuses on prevention and early detection of comorbidities like Kaposi sarcoma and hypertension, using advanced epidemiological methods and implementation science-based approaches. The other presenter will be Dr. Helen Biakwaga, who has formal training in clinical epidemiologic and translational research methods from the University of New South Wales in Australia and the University of California, San Francisco. She has extensive work experience in the conduct and coordination of observational and experimental research in the immunopathogenesis of HIV/AIDS and associated opportunistic infections. Her ongoing research is focused on the application of epidemiologic methods to understand the biologic and clinical outcomes of HIV infections and its complications, with a primary focus on HIV-related malignancies, notably Kaposi sarcoma. In addition, Dr. Biakwaga leads high-impact translational research geared towards understanding the role of inflammation and other immunologic correlates of disease in people living with HIV in Uganda. Join me in welcoming Dr. Biakwaga and Dr. Semere as they give us updates on HIV-associated Kaposi sarcoma today. Over to you, Helen and Agri, for this.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where we are. We thank the organizers for this opportunity. I will start with the first part of this presentation, and my colleague, Dr. Biakwaga, will be through the next. We're going to talk about diagnosis of KS, future, some work we're doing in terms of developing point-of-care diagnosis, talk about some updates on what we're doing to understand KS. We thought it would change, but still we seem to have KS around. And then Dr. Biakwaga will talk about survival and improving access to treatment. So to just orient us, you know, earlier on in the HIV epidemic, and mostly during the pre-ART era and even the early ART era, we diagnosed KS mostly by clinical eyeballing or microscopic visual assessment. And as you can see in work that we looked at in Zimbabwe, it was only 23% patients who had PATH. And in Uganda and Kenya, where we have been working as early as this is data we looked at between 2007 and 2008, we only had about a third. But you see that the trend was improving. And we all know that PATH is required for treatment. And in our primary care HIV platforms, it's the opportunity to get pathology, to get treated, so that we can link these patients to treatment. But there was challenges that even upon getting patients to get PATH, turnaround time has not been on our side, and also because our patients, as I alluded to, are diagnosed when they are very sick. We've seen that almost a third do not return in time to get results. You can see that in a month, we can only get half the results out to the patient, and some of them die prior to the results coming out. And so there are challenges getting results to patients. That's not the only problem. We found that even looking at the path that we do here, that we have poor concordance when we look at expert dermatopathologists. We have concordance in only 70% of the histopath. And by concordance, I mean they're both agreeing that they're looking at on the side is KS. And amongst the other convoluted challenges with diagnosis in work done by our colleague, Dr. Lake Miriam, we saw that it takes, from the time symptoms are, show up, it takes almost up to 7 months for a patient to get this diagnosis. And you can see that there's a challenge from the time someone sees lesions to the time they get conclusion of what it is that's disturbing them. So we chose to dig deep into the challenges. And in this recent work done by colleagues at Harvard, led by Devon McMahon, and this is work which is being reviewed, we have looked at understanding this delay and used both the socio-ecological model as well as the Anderson modified access to care, understanding delay. And amongst the challenges, I mean, there's appraisal delay on the patient side, clinical delay, biopsy and path. We see that on both the patient and the system, there are prevailing challenges. On the patient side, there are knowledge problems, there's stigma and community and traditional medicine issues. On the system side, we have issues to do with biopsies and biopsies interpretation and misdiagnosis. So this is work that's in review, and it's helping us to try and distill what is going on. Again, we're also digging deeper into that issue, which is stigma. You can see that there is various forms of stigma that our patients are trying to navigate. And amongst them, there's HIV, there is cancer, but is also, this stigma is also feeding into the anticipated, perceived, experienced stigma. And this is sort of causing a bit of that delay that we are seeing. Further, we needed to look at the support structure that gets this patient to us. As you will know, we live in communities and we need to help our patients get diagnosed. Now, in this work, which was also presented at CROI, we are looking at diagnosis challenges. And, as I try to show you the influences of different challenges or social challenges on both diagnosis and treatment, you can see that the patients have or delay to get partly due to lack of support to access both diagnosis, treatment, even to complete treatment. And so with all this in mind, on the diagnostic end, we're like, okay, we have a lot of hurdles to climb. When the patient comes to us, it's ideal for us to be able to test them and diagnose them at the very first opportunity. So we are thinking about possibilities of how can we do this. So we have looked at a couple of options, and one of them is looking at the KSHV-based diagnostics. KSHV is Kaposi sarcoma herpes virus, which is also called herpes HHV8. It's the virus that every patient who has KS will have, and it's necessary but not sufficient. In other words, as long as you have KS, you have KSHV. The question is it enough, or can we use it as a diagnostic marker? The other thing is that KS mostly shows up on the skin, and so you can take images, but you can take microscopic images, which is the confocal microscopy, or even the gross photographic images. And we're thinking about AI-based technologies that can use KS, looks as a, it's a clinical pathognomic feature. Someone can look at photographically and say, is this KS? But I told you already about concordance problems on histopathology. So can an image of a slide help us also with AI interpret slide output better? So these are some of the ways we're trying to think about. And so on the KSHV platform, we came up and over the years from 2014 worked with a team of engineers at Cornell to design these boxes, and it was a back and forth. We came up with a red box, black box, and finally, we have been testing the white box, which we call Tiny, IDI. And this box, I call it box, uses LAMP, which if you attended the session yesterday, the loop-associated amplification is being used already to look at TB diagnostics. Now we're using it to amplify KSHV to see if we can detect quantitatively enough DNA to help us make a diagnosis. And the initial work done in our clean labs, research labs, has given us over 90% sensitivity and specificity for KS. But this needs to be validated in the real world before we say that, okay, it's prime time, it can be used. So right now, we are engaged in activities at a couple of sites. These are 9 sites in Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, Malawi, and Botswana to collect 2,000 samples amongst our patients to see whether it can actually give us the same performance characteristics that we saw in the lab. And after this, we can talk about a point of a diagnosis that's based on DNA for KS. Now, to make this truly point of care, there is a challenge of a tissue. And, you know, TB and all these other, most of these other diagnostics, you get them in liquid form. And so it's easy to put through the devices that amplify. But with biopsies, which is a cornerstone of cancer diagnosis, we have to process tissue. So recently, we were funded with the UO1 application. This is just hot off the press about a month or two ago, to use and to create what's called now Case Complete. This will enable us to truly make these microcore biopsies that either we're going to test two pathways, either direct to LAMP into the Tiny, or take them through what's called a rapid prep device. And this will enable us make it as a truly point of care cancer diagnostic. Where we, again, this has also progressed. We had Tiny, which does only 6 tests at a time. It has a big sister or brother called the Mini. Now, the Mini is a 96-well throughput, high throughput device that has been developed over the technology that we developed with Tiny, again, with the engineers at Cornell. Now, this can be high throughput if you think about cervical cancer screening, which can be done with swabs. This is being developed for higher level testing. It has been tested with COVID. And so this technology is also being driven with the platform that we did develop with Tiny. Tiny can use a Bunsen burner, electric, and even solar, the same way Mini does use the same. And so these are cheap technologies that should enable us to get point of care cancer diagnostics. On the side of the Confocal device, we did initially do feasibility for this Confocal device for the skin, but realized that melanin on our skin was dark to get a high penetrance of the light. And then we learned that actually when you use it on mucosal surfaces, you get better penetrance. And so we have worked with the engineers now at Arizona to develop the endovaginal cervical confocal microscope and colposcope. So this can get us cervical images on colposcopy and confocal microscopy for precancerous lesion. And now this is being tested. And Dr. Philippa, who is our moderator today, is part of the team that are trying to led by our colleague, Dr. Miriam Nakalembe at the Kawempe Clinic. And so this has been developed from the confocal side now to cervical cancer. And this is also being tested right now. So finally, we are thinking of deep learning and neuronal networks. In work that is currently being analyzed, we're trying to look at digital surface photography, if it can help us predict probability of KS. But also we are digitizing slide images to do the same. So these are parallel projects that enable us see if we can automate some of these diagnostics. And lastly, most of us have thought that KS was gone. But again, through the same platforms, we're trying to understand why our patients are still developing KS. Right now, the incidence of KS is almost similar to the incidence of prostate cancer for men in the US, about 140 per 100,000 person years. And so we have, while ART has reduced incidence, it is not down to zero. And so there's still a need for us to understand why patients are getting cases. And these test negative lines, this is work we're doing at IDI and should be able to understand this. I'll move this on to my colleague, Helen, who I will continue advancing slides for. She talks about estimated survival.
Thank you, Agbre. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will be presenting slides on survival following a diagnosis of HIV-associated cases, as well as some of our work from our group on strategies to improve access to treatment. Okay, so prior to the availability of effective antiretroviral therapy, survival after diagnosis of case in individuals infected with HIV was grim. 1-year mortality was 60 to 70%. Despite a decline during the ART era, survival after diagnosis of HIV-associated case is still poor, with 1-year mortality estimated between 21 and 35%. So our knowledge of case mortality during the ART era has been shaped by data that's been derived from clinical trials. We know that these include narrowly defined populations, and the care available to patients in clinical trials is not available to those with cases in the community. We also have data derived from populations of patients in tertiary care settings. And we know that a large proportion of patients with cases in the community are not able to make it to these tertiary care institutions. Also, most of our knowledge on case survival is derived from data collected during routine care, and these are beset with measurement error and loss to follow-up. So in this graph, yes, thank you. So in this graph, in a study by our team, charts were reviewed for about 600 patients who were diagnosed with case during HIV care in the international epidemiology databases to evaluate AIDS IDEA consortium sites. And the cumulative incidence of loss to follow-up at 1 year was between 20% and 60%. So this very high proportion of loss to follow-up results in incorrect estimates of survival. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so to better measure survival among individuals with HIV-associated cases, we designed a cohort study of a community-based sample of HIV-infected adults with a new diagnosis of cases at primary care facilities in Uganda and Kenya. In mid-2016, we initiated recruitment at the academic model providing access to healthcare AMPAC in Western Kenya. And in 2018, we added sites in Uganda at Masaka Regional Referral Hospital and Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. So by June 2019, we had enrolled 412 HIV-infected adults with new onset KS. By new onset KS, I mean they had no prior diagnosis of KS, either clinically or on histopathology. The majority of patients had advanced stage KS at the time of diagnosis. 93% had AIDS clinical trials group stage T1. It's noteworthy that 40% of the study participants had undetectable plasma HIV RNA viral load at the time of case diagnosis. It's not surprising that we had a considerable proportion with a high CD4 count at the time of case diagnosis. So these are our findings from our study. We had a total of 174 participants who died. The majority of deaths occurred within 4 months after diagnosis. We were unable to ascertain vital status for 10 patients, and you can see we observed very high mortality. The cumulative incidence of death at 12 months was 40%. So we performed extreme sensitivity analysis. In the first one, we assumed that all those lost to follow-up had died. And in the second one, we assumed that all those lost to follow-up were alive by the date of administrative censoring. And our results were consistent. We still had mortality at 1 year, about 40%. Okay, so coming to the determinants of survival after case diagnosis. So in analysis that we adjusted for age, sex, HIV viral load, CD4 count, the extent of disease as indicated by the number of sites with case lesions or the presence of oral case lesions were associated with poor survival. Next slide, please. Okay, so more determinants of survival, higher hemoglobin and CD4 count were associated with good survival, and the high plasma HIV viral load was associated with poor survival in adjusted analysis. Next slide. So we still have a lot that's not known, and there's still a lot not known regarding the mechanistic pathways for case progression and survival. So for example, among patients with undetectable viral load, we don't know the role of immune dysregulation beyond a CD4 count, lymphopenia. For example, the functioning of the circulating CD4 and CD8 T cells. We don't know the role of metabolic dysregulation and immune activation, which has seemed to persist even during ART viral suppression. Also, we lack a good stratifying scheme for HIV-associated case in the ART era. So the currently used system, the ACTG staging, which we are using now for KS, was designed during the ART era and depends on clinical presentations, which are modified by ART. So being able to correctly stage a disease is very important because it's a critical parameter in population level cancer control, and also it's very important for individual level management. So all these are part of our ongoing research. So finally, I will talk about accessing oncology care for patients who are able to get a biopsy and also get a diagnosis of KS and histopathology. So accessing oncology care remains a big challenge for these patients. So in a study by our team, we see that only 28% of 588 patients with HIV-associated KS were able to make it to an oncology care facility. And this work was done at AMPA in Western Kenya, where the system is well organized around Eldoret, where patients can access oncology care. They don't have to travel as far as patients have to travel for care in most parts of the other country, in other countries in our region. And so only 68 patients of those who made it to the oncology facility actually were evaluated by an oncology care provider, and 56 had initiated chemotherapy 12 months after diagnosis. I mean, this is very poor considering that from the data that we have recently done, I've just presented, which is work we've recently done, we know that majority of deaths happen within the first 4 months after diagnosis. And so based on our previous work, including qualitative research in our cohort of patients with HIV-associated KS, some of this has already been presented by Agre. Our team has designed a longitudinal study which will employ a hybrid type 3 effectiveness implementation design to assess the impact of multi-component patient navigation strategy on the implementation of treatment for KS. And so this patient navigation strategy was developed in a systematic process to address the challenges to accessing oncology care that we had found out from our previous work. And this includes physical navigation and care coordination, education, travel expenses, expenses for health insurance, and this is because in Kenya they have a system for health insurance, and also mentorship, mostly from peers. So we'll be able to compare the period before implementation with the period after implementation to access the impact of this multi-component patient navigation strategy on implementation outcomes, chemotherapy initiation and chemotherapy completion, and then service and client outcomes, which include timeliness of cancer care, mortality, quality of life, stigma, and social support. We'll also describe the implementation process and the determinants of the implementation success for the multi-component patient navigation strategy. Thank you for listening. All our work would not have been possible without our many collaborators in many countries, in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Rwanda, in Botswana, in Malawi, and also in the US. We have several universities, Cornell, UCSF, Harvard, I may forget a few, and of course, our funders who have mainly been the NIH. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Helen and Agre, for that presentation. It would have been very exciting to get some questions about the new technologies and the work that we are doing in Kaposi sarcoma, but unfortunately we are out of time and will not be able to have a discussion about these malignancies. So I'll encourage participants to please put questions in the chat for the panelists, and the panelists, please look out for questions for you that are going to be posted in the chat so that we save some time for the coming sessions and we're able to finish on time. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll hand back over to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Dr. Philippa. And thank you our presenters for these very interesting talks. Now, before we move on to our last plenary session, I would like to invite Dr. Andrew Kambogo, our ED or Executive Director, to invite our next speaker. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Andrew.
I actually wanted good. Can you hear me well? Sarah, I think you're muted. I can't hear what you're saying.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Good evening, participants. I had guided that we expect Dr. Lisa Nelson to join us and make closing remarks at 10 to 6. So perhaps the chair will give me an opportunity then. So I propose that we continue with the program until 5:50. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew. This is noted. I would then like to call upon Dr. Fred Semitala, our chair for the next plenary session. Dr. Fred Semitala is the Executive Director of the Makerere University Joint AIDS Program, also known as MJAP. He's also the coordinator for the Implementation Science Training Program at the School of Medicine, Makerere University. Over to you, Dr. Fred.
Hello.
We can hear you, Dr. Fred.
Oh, sorry, there was a modification. I think I was being transitioned to something else. So good evening, colleagues, and you are very welcome to this session this Friday evening. I hope, okay. I hope you've had very productive discussions. So we are going to be doing what I think is the last session. And the sub-theme here is accelerating and sustaining progress against HIV epidemic in Uganda, an implementation science approach. Without wasting any more time, I will invite the first speaker, and that's Dr. Nelson Kalima. Nelson, please take it away. Nelson, are you there?
Good evening, everyone, and good morning for others. My name is Dr. Nelson Kalima. The theme of my presentation, which I'm making on behalf of the Health System Strengthening Department at IDI, is innovating and scaling up of HIV prevention and care approaches in challenging times. So I will share the program's challenges, innovative approaches, and experiences related to HIV testing and retention in care, viral load suppression, and TB service delivery. Recency testing is really an HIV surveillance strategy that aims to find persons who recently acquired HIV infection so as to link them to RT care and prevent onward transmission. One such test that performs, that identifies recently infected individuals is the SANTI test, and it was deployed in the program among 15-year-olds that had been consented that were living with HIV. And among 12,000 or so that were eligible, 7,200 were tested, and only 11 of those were who had acquired the infection recently. Interestingly, 70% of these were women in the age group of 24 to 35-year-old from mostly Rubaga, Machindi, and Kawempe. The program recommends that we could leverage assisted partner notification and social network strategies to reach and link the social contacts of these PLHIV with recent infections so as to reach the last 5% that increasingly become difficult as we near epidemic control. For those who don't know what social network strategy is, it's really listing social contacts of index PLHIV in care so as to reach them by either phone call or physical tracing and offer them an HIV test. And those who are positive are linked to care, and those who are negative are linked to PrEP services. In this slide, we see that starting from the bottom of the graph, there were 20,000 or so informants, index PLHIV, who volunteered social contacts of about 42,000. Of these, 90% were notified, and of those notified, about 76% were tested, giving us 3,624 HIV positive social contacts, a yield of 13% compared to the general yield in Kampala region of 4%. Of note, 69% of those who are linked to care were already found to be in care, calling into interventions that would really behavior and viral load suppressions are needed to target PLHIV that are passing on infections to their social contacts. Among children, Esther et al. Found that adolescents from 5 districts in 14 high volume facilities, aged 18 months to 19 years, using retrospective data from MOH for the period 2016-2018, she sought to compare the coverage and yield from different strategies applied at the facility and the community, and if the hybrid approach that chooses both would give us a higher yield. She found that coverage, which is individuals who are tested out of those who presented at the testing points, was highest in the TB unit, followed by the nutrition clinic and at the outpatient clinic. But overall, facility had a higher yield than the community. And within the facility, the yield was highest again in the TB unit, probable because of the improved integrated TB HIV care that's ongoing. And we had very low yield among young children's clinic. When they followed up individuals who had tested at the facility and elicited social contacts and followed them up in the community using assisted partner notification, the yield jumped to 21%, which further argues the case for the application of these hybrid approaches to find the missing children. In the spirit of not leaving anyone behind, the IDI, in partnership with the stakeholders, are inaugurated a new program that would reach the people who inject with drugs. We know that they have a high HIV prevalence, quoted as 17% in the report by Uganda Harm Reduction Network in 2017. And for these, the WHO recommends 9 interventions that include providing safe needles and syringe programs, HIV testing, opioid substitution, RT treatment, preventing and treating STIs, sexually transmitted infections, provision of condoms, and vaccinating and treating hepatitis, as well as educating them and preventing and treating TB, and also lowering overdose death. Initially, the hotspot mapping was conducted, and the population size estimates put numbers at 5,818 in 2019. And these patients were enrolled to MAT after undergoing 7 psychosocial sessions, really intense preparation so that they can stay in care. And of late, we have 275 enrolled patients, 44 of whom are females, and 30 of these also have HIV and on ART, 17 are virally suppressed, with the others linked to other ART care facilities for whom viral suppression status wasn't established at the time of preparing this. But other services that are provided by the MAT program are managing syphilis, TB, hepatitis B and C, prevention services like PrEP and condom provisions, as well as services for JPV. Initial enrollment was peer-to-peer coupon incentive model, in which enrolled individuals on the MAT program were given an incentive for each patient or for each peer they brought into care. And although initially the program was enrolling people who use drugs as well as those who inject, eventually the program prioritized PWIDs. Age distribution, as you can see, the age bracket of 30 to 34 males are the ones that have the highest use, and high numbers were registered from Rubaga division. Current challenges are in retention, stakeholder engagement, and reintegration back to society. But plans are underway to also establish a hub and spoke one mobile van that links and extends this care to other facilities. These are some of the community interventions we undertook to continue during the lockdown. We scaled up coupon incentive, mobilized clients from homes instead of their hotspots, established a virtual platform, and constituted legal response team to support these patients, as well as providing passes. Moving on to retention, retention in Kampala had stagnated at 73 to 80 at the time of lockdown institution, and we were worried that it would get worse. So stakeholders instituted or piloted a retention tracker approach that focused on those patients who had interrupted ART. In this cohort of 1,285 clients that had initiated treatment in 2020 quarter one, phone calls were made and weekly reviews of status in care were also done, and consensus reached on next steps. And we see that retention improved from 69 to 85 at pilot sites and 88 to 85 at scale-up. It's most likely because the intervention had already been adopted on the scale-up sites. On viral load suppression, we know that IAC cascade for Kampala region, there were gaps that were identified, and a multi-pronged stakeholder informed intervention that included pre-calling patients using plasma instead of dry spot, and calling the VL lab for shorter turnaround times, and using on-site viral load printing, improved the cascade of care from 81% completing 3 IACs to 85%, and from 82 performing a repeat VL to 93, and from 68 switching to RT to 77, doing so in a timely manner. However, there are still 22% who missed the opportunity to do so, and we need to understand why. TB delivery, we know DSD has worked well for HIV, but we do not know whether it would, although it's plausible, we're not sure at what extent it would do for TB. And so stakeholders are piloting currently in Kampala region DSD models where the stability criteria is based on completion of intensive phase, having an active phone contact, and not having interrupted treatment or being very suppressed when you're on ART. Data shows that patients prefer the facility model, although during COVID we used a home delivery and modified home delivery models. And lastly, a community engagement approach that was supported by USAID Pact in Karamoja, which trained community-owned resource persons to deliver patient-centered TB with an aim of reducing case detection, of improving case detection rate and reducing, improving treatment success rates. Provided training to these groups to provide home-based TB medicines, adherence, linking them to care, and following up on those who had missed visits. Each COP was attached to a TB diagnostic and treatment unit, and they were provided with incentives based on process indicators. And we see that with this approach, the program was able to provide 341 TB treatment refills, return to care 434 patients who had missed, and 18 who were lost to follow-up. And they supported treatment support in 1,794. And importantly, treatment success rates improved from 51 to 86%, making COPs quite recommendable for national scale up. I'd like to thank our stakeholders and everyone at the Health System Strengthening Department, the frontline workers, and the organizers of this for the opportunity to present. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nelson. I think you clearly demonstrate that although we've made a lot of progress as a country, but also as Kampala region in the past 5 years, I think it's clear that what has brought us here as we move towards epidemic control, maybe what has brought us here will not take us to epidemic control, and therefore these innovations very, very critical, and we hope there will be a systematic and structured mechanism to make sure that we scale them up to beyond this setting where they have been tried. At this juncture, we are going to make some modification. I'm going to briefly hand over to Dr. Andrew Kambu.
Yes, good afternoon, good evening. I hope you can hear me well. Greetings to all of our delegates who are joined us on this 2022 Science Fair. And I thank Dr. Fred Semitala for agreeing to modify the program so that we can proceed with the closing remarks from the CDC Country Director, Dr. Lisa Nelson. I am grateful that Dr. Lisa Nelson agreed to make closing remarks at this science fair, and will introduce her briefly. Dr. Lisa Nelson is the Country Director for CDC Uganda. She has previously served as the Country Director for CDC in Mozambique, and so has a great understanding of Africa and the challenges we have. She's a keen advocate of evidence-based and data-driven approaches in HIV programming. And I've seen that she's also a keen champion for vulnerable communities, including adolescent girls and young women, to make sure they're not left behind. Dr. Nelson, we've had a 2-day meeting covering science that is done at the Institute. Many of you know that a lot of the work we do at the Institute is through the support of the US government, including CDC Uganda. Our largest comprehensive HIV grant is run through CDC, as well as our West Nile one. We also do a couple of research projects with the CDC, including CDC Atlanta. So it's a great pleasure to be joined by Dr. Nelson to make some closing remarks. Dr. Nelson, I would now like to yield the floor to you, and welcome to make your closing remarks.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Andrew. And I know it's the end of the day, and I will actually stay on to hear the final presenter, because I'm really interested in the work that all of you are doing. I will be brief since it is the end of the day, but just say good afternoon, colleagues and friends from IDI, from MJAP, from many other partners that we work with, and apologize for the birds in my yard here. But I appreciate the opportunity to give some closing remarks. And I think this initiative by IDI highlights the important role that IDI plays in program implementation, where we as CDC are actively engaged in research and in training across many disease areas and scientific disciplines. And the theme of this year, A Tale of Two Pandemics, is very timely. And we know very fitting, given the very dynamic and changing environment that we're in, given COVID and other pandemics and humanitarian crises and many other things. Science is and should be at the center of many things happening in the world, from preparing for the next phase of the COVID pandemic, whatever that might be, to sustaining the really important work in what we call continuity of services for HIV, TB, malaria, vaccine preventable diseases. We can't take our eye off the ball with all the investment and effort we've made to reduce morbidity and mortality from these diseases just because there's a new one, and that new one is extremely important. And we do feel that IDI is a really vital partner in these endeavors. And I think from the breadth and depth of the topics that have been shared this afternoon, it's clear the not only today, but yesterday, the really diverse portfolio of the work that all of you do. I really do want to applaud all of you for the very relevant, high quality and timely research that's done. I think that for me, one of the real joys of working in Uganda is how much research is done here, how relevant it is, and how we are able, with the resources that we have, largely through PEPFAR, but increasingly through other initiatives, to put the findings of that research into programs so that we achieve public health impact. We do see the many areas where we collaborate together and indeed fund IDI for implementation. I joined just in time to hear the social network strategy testing and the people who inject drugs. And I think there have been many other examples over the last 2 days where the programmatic interventions that we support are really ideal platforms for doing implementation science research. And as CDC, we really do believe that good science makes for good public health, using evidence, whether it's coming from implementation science projects or from routine data, to help drive and refine our programs. I think, again, we're very privileged to work with IDI and many of you at this virtual conference. We also have strong relationships with the Ministry of Health and with many other stakeholders. And I think that really strengthens the program and the work that we do here. I know the theme was harnessing science in a rapidly changing environment. So I look forward to hearing the remaining discussions today and look forward to continuing to work with many of you in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lisa Nelson, and we appreciate that you're staying for the last talk. And I hand back to Dr. Semitala. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kambugu. And of course, it's always a pleasure to listen to you, Dr. Nelson. I think if you have some comments to what Nelson presented, I know we'll have a moment to discuss, but feel free to put those in the chat so that maybe he can be answering them in the meantime. Our next presenter is Dr. Barbara Castelnuovo, and she's going to be talking to us about HIV and aging. Barbara, over to you.
Thank you, Fred. I'm trying to share. I also have to warn that my internet is not very stable in the last 10 minutes, so I hope not to drop. Let me put it in presentation mode. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Barbara.
Can you hear me? Okay. So let me start, and I'll really try to keep it to 10 minutes. This is really to introduce the public to the general, more, wider public to this new study at IDI, which is a core study, and make you know what we are doing, and also invite you to come and work with us. Geriatric medicine is fairly a new concept in sub-Saharan Africa. The expectancy at birth is still low, but it is increasing, for example, in Uganda from 55 years to 60 years in males and 64 in females. And this increased longevity is also in people with HIV. has actually been attributed, of course, to the scale up of art. And for me, HIV geriatric medicine in Sub-Saharan Africa is a dream come true. When I came here in 2002, people were dying young because there were not drugs. And now instead we have to think about how to make sure that these people are aging well. HIV infection is associated with accelerated aging due to multiple factors, but mainly chronic inflammation and also long-term drug exposure. And we need an approach for all the HIV people, take care of their physical health, but also their physical function, psychological health, and also what is known as geriatric syndromes and quality of life. Now, I just want to take 1 minute to explain to you what is a geriatric syndrome. So geriatric syndromes, they are not diseases per se, are part of the aging, and they are health conditions that actually cross organ system and disciplines. They are usually multifactorial, but they also share most of the risk factors. So you can say some of the shared risk factors, age, we said, but also, for example, reducing mobility and functionality. It all leads to geriatric syndromes. And geriatric syndromes also contribute together with these risk factors to what is known as frailty. People who are frail have poor outcomes. Again, I want you to take you for 1 minute about talking about frailty, because it's fairly a new concept. In fact, there is no standardized definition, and it's mostly defined as physiological decline, and people are more vulnerable to adverse health outcomes. In other words, frail older adults are less able to cope with stressor and acute illness and trauma. This is a very rich scheme, but I'll try to simplify it. Both HIV and art may actually cause some underlying factors leading to frailty. This is at a molecular level, by actually causing comorbidities, by actually and also due to some kind of psychosocial and environment factors. So coming from here, there are different pathways, but principally there is really like inflammation and immune activation. And both of these, they actually cause what are the clinical findings of frailty, which are low gait, muscle weakness, weight loss, low activity, and fatigue. Here I wanted to show you the readiness of Uganda for geriatric medicine. While you see at 41.7%, there is some sort of service delivery, and there is also some kind of medical commodities or equipment. If you look at the first columns, there are no columns because under leadership and financing, there is actually absolutely no planning. So this is a very simple study. It's a prospective cohort with screening for NCDs and geriatric syndromes at baseline, year 1 and year 2. The procedures are nurse-led and they are interpreted by a trained physician. The inclusion criteria are broad. We really approached everybody who was 60 and above at IDI. But what I wanted also to emphasize is that this study is part of a bigger project. This is part of actually of a research platform, which was funded by EDCTP. It's a capacity building grant for me. It's a senior fellowship. And within that one, I was also able to recruit a PhD student and 2 master students for now. But this cohort really is a research platform where we really hope to be approached by internal and external investigators for some sub-studies, and also from students, for students that could use the data we collect, or help us to collect additional data. And also we have samples. So I really invite the audience, if they're interested, to contact me. Now, this is what we collect and the tools we use. Now, of course, I'm not going to go through this table. I put it there because I really wanted people to appreciate the complexity of evaluating patients when they're aging, and using tools that are developed for aging people. I will just give you an example. If you look at sarcopenia, you have to measure muscle strength, mid-arm muscle and gait speed, and then do a sort of calculation. We were very grateful that our data manager was able to develop these tools and calculators in RedCap, so we don't have to calculate it. The program does it for us. Now, to measure muscle strength, you need a hand manometer. To measure mid-arm muscle, you need a tape. To measure gait speed, you need to know what is the length, how you measure it. So you see, these things are quite complex, but also we had to research these tools because, first of all, I'm not an expert. I'm infectious diseases expert, not a geriatric medicine expert. So we had to read a lot to find out what is the best tool for us. Was it validated in Sub-Saharan Africa? Is it free? We discovered some tools, you have to pay to use them. And was it done in Uganda? If not, which data do we use to rely on certain tool? So that really takes a lot of research. I just now wanted to present you my cohort. It's a snapshot, and I'm just going to highlight some results because, again, we really collect a lot of data. So just concentrate maybe on the third column, that one with all. And our median age of the median age of our cohort is 64 years. I wanted to look at the CD4 count and see how these patients were starting with really low CD4 count with a median of 159, but actually throughout the years they had a good immune reconstitution with a median now of 645. The median time on earth was actually 15 years. So these are not newly diagnosed patients. These are really patients who aged with HIV. The majority are still on first line with 17.3 on second line, and really very small number on third. I also would like you to look at the viral load. According to the WHO guidelines, with their cutoff, actually 99.6% of our patients has viral suppression. I think this is really remarkable. NCDs, again, I'm going just to draw your attention to a couple of those. One is hypertension. So half of our patients actually have hypertension. And then I also would like to show you chronic kidney disease. This is 46.2%. The reason why I'm pointing at this is that at some point in our clinic, we have stopped to actually doing creatinine for patients. We thought it was not necessary, but with these results, we will actually be able to go to the clinic leadership and say, you know, in the elderly people, regardless if I am on tenofovir or not, that's what we have. So maybe we have to go back and start testing these people for renal function. So I think these are kind of the data that can also inform clinical and program decisions. This is a continuation of the table. Again, I just would like to draw your attention on a few things. For example, frailty. Why we have only 9% of the patients that are classified as frail? We have 45.8% that are classified as pre-frail. That is using the tool that we are using. Another thing that I want you to look at is bone density. You find that actually almost 1% of the patients have osteopenia and 23.3% have osteoporosis. The way we measure bone density is not perfect. We can't afford to do DEXA. So we use what is called calcaneal ultrasound. Can be done in the clinic. It's a portable machine. It's not as accurate, but there is a good accuracy. It is actually being validated in another cohort in our clinic. I think this is really the main finding. Who is interested in having more details or looking at more details, also difference between male and females, you can contact me. I can share the slides. So in the interest of time, I go to conclusions. We had several challenges. And as I mentioned already, one is really identifying the most appropriate tools. I skipped it from the table. It was on the table. For example, we have about cognitive impairment. We really have like 40% of the people with cognitive impairment, but we think we are using a tool that it was adapted in South Africa. Actually, the score was adapted, but we think we may need to re-adapt it for Uganda. Of course, like every other study, we had challenges with the COVID. We had to stop some of the procedures, for example, spirometry. And so we were not able to screen for certain diseases. And then I think that I really realized that there is really a need of lot of training if you want to implement in routine something like that, and substantial finding. Even our physician had to travel abroad to learn how to use some of these instruments and tools to be able to evaluate the geriatric population. However, I think that this data is important, is characterizing the geriatric population in Uganda, aging with HIV. I created a new term, people aging with HIV rather than living with HIV. And I think that can also inform what would be feasible to actually do in routine. Obviously, we can't do all of that, but hopefully by the end of the study, we can actually advise programs that at least, in elderly people, you should check certain things. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm the last speaker of the day. And so I know people, they really want to leave at this time, but thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Barbara, for the excellent presentation and also for being mindful of time. I think just like Nelson, you have demonstrated to us that, that we need to adjust our care. I mean, there is a lot of heterogeneity in care and the services that our clients need. One of the questions, you've answered part of one of the questions I had, and that was, how has this changed patient care in this age group? And clearly you have demonstrated, for example, that nearly half of the patients you are attending to have some level of and currently, as you are aware, in our centers of excellence, like where I sit at the ISS clinical, we integrate that in our at least a few
Dr.
elements.
Semitala, we have lost you.
Oh, I thought it was me.
Hello?
It seems like we lost you. I thought it was my internet, but we lost you for a minute, for a few seconds.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I'm very sorry. So I was saying that, how do we quickly include this? Because our populations are growing. The viral loads I see in that population is nearly 100%. But how do we think of including some of those, even the basics, into routine care? Because we see these patients on a regular basis. And just like we are struggling to integrate hypertension, mental health, and others, I mean, it is very sad when you lose a patient to something that could have, when they have a very well-controlled viral load, but then you lose to something just because either you don't know or you are not able to provide a basic service. But I'm sure some other people have questions and comments, and so we'll open up for discussion. I'll try to look into the list of participants and see if there are some people who want to ask some questions. I know there are some comments in the chat, and maybe the presenters will respond to those through the chat, but I'm hoping that there is someone who might have a burning question. I saw some question in the chat if the tools were validated. Yes. Barbara.
Yes. So the Montreal tool, yes, this is exactly what is giving us headaches. So the tool was not adapted, but the score was, the threshold was lowered because that is what was done in a study in South Africa. However, as mentioned, we have the impression that we may be using actually not the right tool, because there were too many people who, according to the tool, actually they actually have cognitive impairment. Unfortunately, you want to know these things until you test them. So that is one of the thoughts of the study team, is to try to we still have 2 years of follow-up. We see them every year. So this year we're really busy enrolling. So probably that could be really like a mini project for us or for even some students if they want, to use the Montreal tool and then to use a tool that has been actually used already in Sub-Saharan Africa and see if our patients really have this as a cognitive impairment. Someone is asking about the use of DEXA scan. DEXA scan are too expensive. We can't even think about using DEXA in the routine, and that's why we're using the calcaneus ultrasound. And as I said, there was a student who came to do her thesis here some years ago from Turin, and then left with us the calcaneus ultrasound, and it shows actually quite good correlation. So it's doable, it's a point of care. You can train people to use it, so you don't need extra staff. And so I think it's ideal for a setting like ours. Someone is asking if we have baseline or reference data, not on the DEXA scan, we have it on the, well, we have it because we did the validation, but so the question I think here would be is like, do they have osteopenia because they are old, or because they have HIV, or because they are on certain drugs? And unfortunately, we don't have all the control groups. At this point, we can only describe what we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Let me see. I don't see any hands up. Nelson, do you have any question or comment that you want to make? I know that your presentation was quite rushed, and yet you had very many interesting facets to HIV care within the region.
Not really much, except that we do have a good body of evidence that we are generating from program implementation that could actually, and there are many missed opportunities that we could close by leveraging this evidence and scaling it up and informing policy and practice. So I hope that the listeners will take that as the take-home message. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nelson. I don't see any other hands, but I mean, as we come to the close, I really would like to thank PEPFAR. I know that in routine care, we don't get any resources for implementation science or implementation operations research, but just the fact that we see these patients and we are facilitated to treat them, I think it provides an excellent platform where even when we get some additional small resources, we can be able to do much to improve patient care. So thank you so much. I would like at this juncture to return the microphone to the conveners so that they can make their final remarks, since we've had already had the closing remarks from Dr. Nelson.
Thank you, Dr. Semitala. I'd like to thank all our presenters for the wonderful presentations that have been made. And at this juncture, I'll call upon Dr. Andrew Kambugu to successfully close the science fair. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Sibilwa and your colleagues. As Dr. Semitala noted, the closing remarks have been made. So mine is really to thank the organizing committee led by Mr. Paul Gonza and his colleagues. They started planning this many weeks ago. So I want to salute them, and I would like to also salute the leaders of our research programs, Dr. Castelnovo and Dr. Omoy, for great stewardship of the research program that hosts this fair. I hope that we take the feedback from our various partners seriously, so that in subsequent years we have even greater scientific interaction. With those few remarks, I'd like to wish everyone a restful weekend and to thank our presenters very much for sharing their work. Thank you, and have a restful weekend.
Thank you, Dr. Kambugu.